Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are live from the Spaceplus RZA Plaza, Ratchada, presenting to you Naris Spaceplus Highland Boxing Promotions. สวัสดีครับอยู่กับผมปีเตอร์เดนแมนนะครับขอต้อนรับอย่างเป็นทางการนะครับผมเข้าสู่งาน Naris Spaceplus Highland Boxing Promotion นะครับณตอนนี้เราก็อยู่ที่เวทีชั่วคราว Spaceplus RZA Plaza รัชดานั่นเองล่ะครับ And today this promotion is known as Naris Spaceplus Highland Boxing Promotions. It is the way of the champions, the rise of champion presents Pat Supervisor Major General Damrong Simakajorn Bun and your promoter Supanat Janram, Naris Singwangcha and Brico Santik, and the medical doctor attending ringside, Dr. Jirasak Bupachat. และงานนี้นะครับผมเราก็จะจัดขึ้นไม่ได้นะครับถ้าเราไม่มีผู้ใหญ่ใจดีคอยสนับสนุนเรานะครับ And this event is sponsored by Akira Sakata, the next innovation CEO, Darwin Miller, Pinoy Boxing Prodigy, B-Legend, Super Export Shop, Singwangcha Foundation, Twins Special, FCC Boxing Promotions, Spaceplus, Tony Shun, Cryotherapy Gift Voucher. They'll be giving 10,000 baht per champion plus their opponents. Last but not least, Media Promotions. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please ask everybody to stand up and pay your respects to the Thai national anthem, please. เดี๋ยวขอเชิญทุกท่านยืนขึ้นนะครับเพื่อเคารพเพลงชาติไทยของเราครับLadies and gentlemen, we have 15 boxing bouts lined up for you tonight. However, before we go to the bouts, we have a special show prepared for you guys. It will be done by our talented performers. วันนี้นะครับเราก็มีมวยสากลด้วยกันทั้งหมด15คู่นะครับแต่ก่อนที่เราจะไปดูมวยนะครับเราก็ได้เตรียมโชว์สุดพิเศษนะครับผมฉะนั้นขอเสียงดังๆต้อนรับนะครับ Can we give them please a round of applause for Spaceplus Dance? ขอเสียงปรบมือหน่อยครับ Can we please give them a round of applause สวัสดีอีกครั้งนะครับอยู่กับผมปีเตอร์เดแมนนะครับวันนี้รับหน้าที่เป็นผู้ดำเนินรายการในวันนี้นะครับในรายการนะครับผมนาริสนะครับ Spaceplus Boxing Highland Promotion นั่นเองละครับครับวันนี้เราก็มีมวยมามั่งกันถึง15คู่เลยนะครับแล้วก็มีคู่ชิงแชมป์ด้วยนะครับมีทั้งมวยหญิงมวยชายครับ Spaceplus ครับพร้อมไหมครับ Spaceplus are you ready Let's go The first bout is scheduled for 4 rounds of professional boxing at the weight limit of the minimum weight of 105 pounds. Calling to the stage first, fighting out the blue corner. Please give it up for Nere Ao.เอาละครับขอเชิญขึ้นมาบนเวทีนะครับในมุมแดงครับ Rendes Opas Fighters are now in the stage. Introducing to you first, fighting out the blue corner, making his professional debut wearing black and blue. He's hailing out of Myanmar. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Nere Ao.เอาละครับคู่ชกของเขานะครับในมุมแดงครับมาจากประเทศฟิลิปปินส์นะครับสถิติการชกอาชีพมานะครับก็ชนะ1ครั้งนะครับแล้วก็แพ้1ครั้งนะครับมาจากประเทศฟิลิปปินส์นะครับขอเสียงดังต้อนรับ Rendes Opas And your referee in charge of the action once it begins อาจารย์คริสสัญญเดช and your 3 judges scoring ringsideอาจารย์พิพัฒน์ศรีเสน่ห์ and อาจารย์ธนินทร์บุพเพียร and Mr. Carlos Costa
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen from Bangkok, Thailand. We are going to have a very wonderful card, exciting show, 15 fights, and we are ready for the very first fight. From the Philippines, you can see on your screens, Rendes Opas from Mountain Province in the Philippines, already sending the first lefts. And you have his opponent from Myanmar, Nye Ang Ning from Myanmar. The referee is Mr. Chris Sanjade. We can see the Filipino landing the first shots with the Myanmar fighter replying. This is already an action fight, ladies and gentlemen, from Bangkok, Thailand. This is a production of Highland Boxing Promotions and Narising Wancha. The Filipino, for the Filipino, this is his third fight. His first fight was a win and the second one a loss. So he's still pretty much a rookie, but with a big heart. The Myanmar fighter trying to send some rights and lefts. Both men in the middle of the round. The Myanmar fighter is the one with blue and black You can see wearing twins gloves. One of the sponsors of this promotion, Highland promotion. We are going to have 15 fights altogether. My name is Carlos Costa. For you from Bangkok, Thailand, the Myanmar fighter and the Filipino exchanging blows. It seems the Filipino taking the upper hand, landing the better shots, already landing some left and moving to his right. He looks in pretty good shape. He's handled by, wow, another very good right. He's handled by Darwin Depay. The Filipino is from Mountain Province. He's an Ilocano. The Myanmar boxer is already taking some blows, and it seems that he has some problem with his mouthpiece, but in fact it doesn't look that good because of the attack from the Pinoy fighter and his counter-attack. Actually, this is the first pro fight for the Myanmar fighter. He has encountered a very tough Filipino who doesn't stop sending blows on him. Renden Opas from the Philippines. In black, you can see Opas on his right. His third pro fight, 1 win, 1 loss. His last fight was a loss, but this time he seems to be doing pretty good. And Philippines against Myanmar. The first round is over. From Bangkok, Thailand, from Spaceplus Bangkok, Thailand. This is a Highland boxing promotion in association with Nari Singwancha Foundation. And we have our partners, Mr. Akira Sakata from Next Innovation. He's the CEO. Darwin Miller from Pinoy Boxing Prodigy. B-Legend, SXS Sports, B-Legend. Boxing equipment and gloves, Singwancha Foundation. Twin Gloves. FCC Boxing from Thailand. This is the Fight Championship Club, the Spaceplus. Here we are from the Spaceplus, and you can see the slow motion, the Filipino landing very good blows on the Myanmar boxer. And we continue here in Bangkok, Thailand. Seconds out. Myanmar against the Philippines. Renden Opas against Ne Liu Ang from Myanmar. The first fight for the Myanmar fighter. We also have a sponsor, Cryotherapy. And the Meeting Club here in Bangkok, Thailand. Highland Boxing Promotion live from Spaceplus in Bangkok, Thailand. The Filipino and the Myanmar boxer exchanging blows right now in the middle of the ring. The Myanmar fighter trying to land his overhand right, not having success, but the Filipino found success with his left. The referees, Mr. Chris Sanjade, neutral referees. The neutral referees for this show this afternoon from Bangkok, Kingdom of Thailand. The fight continues in the second round with the Filipino pressing the action, landing more, being more effective, although the Myanmar fighter has a big heart and is coming also forward, although a little bit disorganized. The Filipino seems to have a better style, a better grasp of boxing, using his left and right. The Myanmar fighter is also landing very good hands. The action continues in round 2. Who will get the win in this fight? From the Spaceplus, live for you from Bangkok, Kingdom of Thailand. Second round. Opas against An from Myanmar. Did you see that left and that right from the Filipino fighter? And another hand again, and another one. He is easily winning this round, damaging the Myanmar fighter. Oh, right and left, another one. The referee Chris Amjadeh should pay close attention because there are many unanswered, and he finally goes down. There's the count. 5, 6, 7. He said he's okay, brave, big heart, but he took big blows. He's looking at his corner. He doesn't seem to be really wanting to engage again, but he's doing his very best. For you, ladies and gentlemen, from Spaceplus, the Filipino keeps on doing his job. 10 seconds in this second round. The Myanmar fighter absorbing punishment, right and left, non-stop. Wow! Will he come out for the third round? Let's find out. This is a Narising Wanchan Highland boxing promotion. You saw that left, ladies and gentlemen, in the slow motion. The Filipino absolutely in control, dropping his opponent, Ang from Myanmar, in his pro debut. This is the third fight for the Filipino. His first fight was a win. His second one was a loss. The Filipino lost in his second fight. And he lost by TKO, but this time he seems to be winning. And you can see the Filipino coach, Alan John Alegria, from the Alegria boxing family. His dad is Alan Alegria, former Filipino national champion, welterweight. His brother is also a coach, and now he's here assisting Opas in this fight, and the third round has just begun for you, ladies and gentlemen. The promoter of this fight is Brico Santig, CEO of Highland Boxing Productions in association with Supanath Changram. The doctor is Dr. Jirasak Bumpachart. Tough right, just now landed pretty good, and left also. The Filipino moving much better. Again, keeping up with the same good work he did in the second round. This third round is looking the same. He dropped his opponent, you saw it in the prior round. The Myanmar fighter brave, but he doesn't seem to have that much power punch. A big heart, yes, but not being effective. He's receiving more leather. Okay. Very good stoppage from Chris Sanjade, the Thai referee. He did his very best, and you can see Miller, his name is Darwin Miller Angelo Depay, his manager, happy for his win. We got the win, the first fight of the afternoon for the Filipino. There are 5 Filipinos in this show. The first one has just won. Congratulations to the Philippines. 4 more. Who are those 4? Well, I will tell you right now. One of them is world rank Michael Zulueta. Elmo Traya also will see action. Alfred Deano from Davao is also seeing action, as well
Ladies
as
and
Elmar
gentlemen,
Zamora.
we have a winner by way of TKO, fighting out of the red corner.
And here you have, ladies and gentlemen, Ali Makoni to continue the broadcast. And best regards from Bangkok, Thailand. Okay, Ali, welcome.
เมื่อกี้ก็เพิ่งจบไปนะครับเป็นมวยสากลชายนะครับชนะด้วยการ TKO แล้วครับคู่ถัดไปนะครับผมก็จะเป็นการชกกันนะครับผมเป็นโปรเดบิวต์ทั้งคู่นะครับเป็นการชกอาชีพทั้งคู่ของทั้งคู่เลยนะครับเป็นมวยหญิงครับต้องมาดูกันครับมีทั้งมวยหญิงมวยชายเลยนะครับวันนี้แล้วก็มีตั้งแต่โปรเดบิวต์ยันไปถึงชิงแชมป์แล้วครับ This next bout is scheduled for 4 rounds of professional boxing at the division of the flyweight at the weight limit of 112 pounds คู่ถัดไปนะครับผมชกสากลอาชีพ4ยกนะครับรุ่นน้ำหนักพิกัด flyweight นะครับผมก็คือ112ปอนด์นั่นเองครับ calling first to the stage, fighting out the blue corner, Ganyapat Bao No. Going to the stage, her opponent out of the red corner, Maprang Team Denman. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out the blue corner, hailing out of and proudly representing Thailand, wearing black, white, and pink, making her professional debut. Please give it up for Ganyapat Bao No! และคู่ชกของเขานะครับในมุมแดงครับมาจากประเทศไทยเช่นกันนะครับจะเป็นการชกสากลอาชีพครั้งแรกนะครับน้ำหนักพิกัดก็48กิโลกรัมนะครับขอเสียงดังปรบมือต้อนรับมะปรางทีมเดนแมน Your referee in charge of the action once it begins ธนินบุญผิวนะครับAnd the judges score ringside, Pipat Sisane, Ajahn Chris Sanyadet, and Mr. Carlos Costa.
Okay, everybody, welcome to Highland Boxing Promotions Way of Champions. My name is Ali Makoni. My co-host, who is on his way, who'll be here shortly, is the man in the know, Mr. Jimmy Bow. So we've already had one fight today. The fighter in the red corner from the Philippines, Rendon Opas, won by TKO in round 3. We've got 14 more fights for you. 2 title fights on the line. We have the ABF flyweight title and also the IBF Muay Thai World Cruiserweight title, which should be a really good one. But right now we have flyweight boxing at the moment. We have 2 debutantes having their first professional fight this afternoon. It is Maprang in the red corner and Kanyapat in the blue. So a clash of stances here. You've got Kanyapat in the orthodox stance in the blue corner, and you've got Maprang in the southpaw stance in the red corner. Just see that Maprang's defense isn't that tight. She's leaving herself very wide open to counter shots, especially if Kanyapat can just move a little bit to her left and throw a right hand just like that. That hits the chops of Maprang and really gives her a lot to think about. Touching the gloves here, these two are in the final minute now. Should be scheduled for 4 2-minute rounds. Lots of slipping and dipping coming from Kanyapat. Kanyapat wearing the white and black shorts. Maprang in the completely black shorts. Stiff jab there from Maprang, and landing that left straight, but she's just winging a lot of shots in here, Maprang. Landing cleanly there with the left straight twice in a row, and now targeting Kanyapat with the jab. Doing a lot better at the end of this round, Maprang. Took her a while to kind of find her rhythm, especially with these left hands. Okay, we've got less than 10 seconds to go now until the end of the round. And that is the end of round 1. Don't go anywhere, we have replays coming up for you shortly, and then followed on by round 2. So, both these two finally getting some experience now in the squared circle. Kanya Pat, for me, was just had the much better tactics and landed the cleaner shots. And Ma Prang just came back really at the end of that round. Ma Prang was really good at landing her left straight at the end. Just had such an open guard, though. You can't have that kind of a stance, really, that kind of a style in Western boxing, because once you get hit clean, yeah, that's not going to end well for you. You must have a much tighter defense. See, looks like it's Po Denman in the corner of Ma Prang, giving her a bit of advice. And here we go, round 2 coming up. So we have another 2 rounds potentially to go after this. Again, Ma Prang in the southpaw stance, in the red gloves, and Kanya Pat orthodox in the blue gloves. Kanya Pat has got much more of a traditional boxing stance, you know, just keeping her hands up, slipping and dipping, landing very well early on with the straight punches at the beginning of this round. Straight right there from Kanya Pat, and just see how she's just trying to be a punch ahead now, you know, slipping underneath the counter right hook of Ma Prang. But really slinging it in there, though, Kanya Pat. I mean, Ma Prang could be clever here and try and just tag her with that left straight that she had a lot of success with in the first round. Left straight there from Ma Prang. Looks like Ma Prang really wants to keep this fight on the outside and pick off Kanya Pat at range. She's got a slight height advantage over Kanya Pat, so it's not a bad tactic to take if you're Ma Prang. Ma Prang pouring out the jab. But a much better round for her so far. She's been able to control this round. Kanya Pat hasn't really been able to land with too much effect, but then as soon as I said that, she lands with a straight right to the body and almost connects with a hook to the head. Adopts in the Mayweather guard there. Kanya Pat, but going back to the traditional guard. Left hand gets straight through there for Ma Prang. Much better round here for the southpaw. Jab being flicked out by Ma Prang. Right hook connected for her as well. Ma Prang with the left straight again. Looks like it just took Ma Prang 1 round to sort of find her timing. And a bit of last-minute advice from her corner in between rounds. I mean, Po Denman, lots of experience fighting in bare-knuckle boxing as well as Western boxing and Muay Thai. So you definitely want to have somebody that experienced in your corner to pass on some knowledge, some things that you can't really see. Kanya Pat swinging here to land the right hand, and it didn't connect, and that's the end of round 2. Replay's coming up shortly, and then we will have round 3. I mean, what a round that was. I mean, the tide just completely turned. I mean, Ma Prang, for me, just was so much more accurate. See the timing there of that left hand. She's not even putting full extension into it, just landing it straight down the middle. Was able to sort of control the pace with her jab, with her lead hand, just pouring it out there. See if Kanya Pat can get through that jab. I mean, she's really got to try and parry it and then throw the counter there. You see Peter Denman, the owner of the Denman Fight Club, giving Ma Prang some last-minute advice too. Peter Denman with a lot of experience in fight sports as well in Thailand. That's the key to being a really good fighter, or sorry, to being a great fighter, is listening to your corner, taking on the advice, and then executing the game plan, executing the advice in the following round. Here we go, round 3. For me, on my unofficial scorecard, a round apiece between these two. And let's see if Kanya Pat can get past the jab of Ma Prang. She's really got to try and slip it, trying to land that counter straight right, but Ma Prang has really bloodied and battered the nose of Kanya Pat with these straight lefts that have been connecting so well ever since the end of round 1, where she found a flow with it and then continued that flow in round 2. Right hand there missing for Kanya Pat, who's really got to try and, as Teddy Atlas would say, go through a bad neighborhood. There, that's much better. Getting on the inside and landing the right hook right there. What I mean by that with Teddy Atlas is you've got to slip and dip, you've got to try and get on the inside. She's the shorter fighter. She doesn't have the range advantage, the height advantage, so she needs to get past this jab. You see her feinting her way through there, but she's really got to try and walk forward, slip and dip her way through it. There you go, connecting with the right hand again, missing with it the second time. Great barrage to the body with those body punches and going upstairs with a left hook. Swing and a miss there from Maprang. Kanya Pat just trying to keep Maprang guessing as much as possible, slipping and dipping around on the outside. One thing for sure is Maprang is very flat-footed. So she's not going to be as explosive and as elusive. But that left hand connected very well though for her. Okay, clock winding down now, less than 10 seconds to go in round 3. Right hand connects there for Kanya Pat, hits the shoulder with the left hook, and just lands that right hand on the cheek before the end of the round. That's the end of round 3. Round 4 coming up shortly, and we will get the replays for you right now. So a much better round really for Kanya Pat. She was just able to pick her shots very well near towards the end of the round. Maprang though did land some of her straight punches very well, but wasn't exactly able to have as much effect for me as Kanya Pat. Kanya Pat definitely looks like she's been in a fight, you know, blood around her nose. Maprang doesn't have a lot of visible damage. She's definitely tired. I mean, we've got the 4th and final round coming up shortly. One of these two is going to be the victor today. Either way, it's great experience for them. Okay, here we go, 4th and final round. Maprang trying to control the fight early by just touching the glove. Kanya Pat landing with that straight right to the head and then went downstairs with it to the body. Hook there hits the shoulder of Maprang. Right hand to the body and then overhand right just misses. Overhand right there from Kanya Pat. Left hook there from Kanya Pat as well, making this an ugly fight. This is what she needs to do against a taller fighter, Kanya Pat. Take it on the inside, do a bit of dirty boxing. Like I said, try and slip and dip, get on the inside as much as she can. Right here, there. Trying to get under the jab. Probably a bit too early, but this is just where you have, like, you've got to, you know, have your rookie experience. You have to make these mistakes. Trial by error. Straight punches there from Maprang, but having her hands dangerously low. Kanya Pat's really found that right overhand right a few times in this round. I won't be surprised if she connects with it, if Maprang's going to have a guard this low. Right hand again connects, twice in a row now for Kanya Pat, and the jab. 2 body shots there from Kanya Pat. Right hand, twice in a row. Left hook, right hand there from Kanya Pat. Right hand hits the chest there of Maprang, but Kanya Pat's definitely been the busier of the two in this round. It depends what the judges are really looking for. Like Jimmy likes to say, you normally win the fight at the beginning and the end. It's the best way to sort of steal the fight from your opponent and make a good impression in the eyes of the judges. Great sportsmanship from both fighters. Let's get the replays and the decision coming up from Peter Denman shortly. See there, Kanya Pat really just bit down on a gum shield and took the fight straight to Maprang. Just going all out in that round, which is definitely what she needed to do. She could have actually stolen that fight now just based on that round.
มารอลุ้นคะแนนกันชั่วคู่ครับสู้กันอย่างเต็มที่4ยกครับตั้งแต่กิ้งแรกยันกิ้งสุดท้ายครับจะออกแดงหรือน้ำเงินก็ต้องมาดูนะครับหรือจะเสมอก็ต้องมาดูแล้วครับ Highland Promotion นะครับก็มีการจัดเดือนละครั้งนะครับผมทุกพฤหัสสุดท้ายของเดือนที่ Spaceplus นะครับ Ladies and gentlemen, we have a unanimous decision for your winner, fighting out of the blue corner.รุ่นถัดไปนะครับเราก็จะกระเถิบน้ำหนักขึ้นมาหน่อยนะครับที่แบนตัมเวทครับ118 ปอนด์นะครับขอเชิญขึ้นมาบนเวทีนะครับในมุมน้ำเงินครับอดิศักดิ์เกตเปี่ยมครับผม And from the red corner, calling to the stage, Ahmed Abdulaziz. This bout is scheduled for 4 rounds of professional boxing at the division of the bantamweight, and that is 118 pounds. คู่นี้นะครับชกกันในรูปแบบมวยสากล4 ยกนะครับน้ำหนักพิกัดแบนตัมเวท118 ปอนด์นั่นเองครับครับในมุมน้ำเงินนะครับมาจากประเทศไทยครับสถิติการชกนะครับผมชนะมา8 ครั้งแพ้10 ครั้งนะครับใส่รองเท้าแดงนวมน้ำเงินกางเกงเขียวเข้มนะครับขอเสียงดังๆต้อนรับอดิศักดิ์เกตเปี่ยมครับผม And his opponent fighting out the red corner from the UAE with a professional record of 1 victory and no losses, wearing dark blue with red white trim. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Ahmed Abdulaziz. And your referee in charge of the action once it begins, Ajahn Chris Sanyaded. And the 3 judges scoring ringside, Ajahn Pipat Sisane, Mr. Carlos Costa, and Kun Tanin Bumpiuนะครับ
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Here we go. We move on to fight number 3. This is a bantamweight matchup. This will be scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds of action. It's the United Arab Emirates taking on Thailand. Ahmed Abdulaziz in the red corner and Adisak Ketpiam in the blue. So Ketpiam a lot more experienced compared to his opponent, 18 fights in his record, whereas Ahmed has only 1 fight, 1 victory. To the second fight for him today. Both fighters in the orthodox stance, so a different matchup. We're on even ground here compared to our previous fight where we had a southpaw versus an orthodox. Adisak definitely making Abdul have a lot to think about. Just controlling the fight on the front foot. Good, strong left hook there. from Adisak. But great two-punch combination there from Abdul. Went straight in for the clinch as well, just to try and avoid the counter from Adisak. Missing with a jab there, Abdul. Wanting to keep the fight on the outside, but looks of things. Adisak, though, controlling the center of the ring very well, holding his ground, and sort of coming in and out of the pocket when he needs to. Really trying to lunge in for that hook, though. Abdul saw that a mile away and was able to move away laterally from it. Abdul really trying to land this jab. It's always good to have a good, strong jab in boxing and fight sports. It just helps you. It's a good foundation for you, almost like building a house. You want to have a strong foundation so that the rest of the house is built very well. Abdul targeting the body with that jab. You don't see that a lot in boxing, with fighters just targeting the body. Your opponents definitely get caught off by it, and they're very difficult to block the jabs to the body. Again, big swing there by Adisak. He's telegraphing that hook a lot. You know, we're talking about the jab early on. You really need to try and set the hook up, and if you lunge into it from long range like that, you need to be certain that it's going to land, and make sure you close the distance very well with your footwork. Kristaniadet just giving them a bit of a warning there, wanting to listen to his commands. Still feinting here from Abdul, keeping a very low guard. I mean, he needs to be careful. He ideally wants to keep that right hand up a little bit higher, just in case that left hook does land. Again, jab there. Adisak trying to chase, landing with a straight right to the body. Again, Adisak powering up now. Can Adisak keep this pace up for 4 rounds if it goes that far? Jab there from Abdul. Abdul again going to the body, using a two-punch combination. Bit of a stalemate now between these two. Swing and a miss there by Adisak, who's been the aggressor of this round. It's going to be interesting to see which way the judges are going to score this. Less than 10 seconds. Oh, great right hand lands flush there for Abdul before the round is over. And we go into round 2 shortly. Replays coming up for you first. Okay, we see, look at the replays here. I mean, Adisak was definitely the aggressor, but Abdul boxed very well in that round, kept the, make sure he wasn't stuck on the ropes, picked his punch as well. You see that right hand just at the end of the round. Let's see if Adisak has got the right amount of... Let's see if he can keep this pace going for another 3 rounds, if he has to. I mean, he has the experience over Abdul. He's had more than 16 fights more than Abdul. So a lot more experience going by the way of Adisak. To see if he can use it. One thing's for sure, you definitely don't want to like burn out too early in a fight. Okay, Kristaniadet gets us ready for round 2, and here we go. Jab there to the body by Abdul. Bit of a stalemate now between these two. Adisak lunging in again with that hook. If Abdul's very clever, he can try and just land that right straight through the guard as Adisak opens up with a hook. Right straight is the best counter punch for a hook. Here's Abdul now punishing Adisak on the ropes, taking advantage of just catching his opponent right there, just turning him on the ropes and landing some punches when he pivoted. Adisak, though, still the aggressor, moving forward on the front foot, trying to land that left hook. Looks like he landed it on the short range right there, but missing with it as he came in again. I mean, Adisak's got a great right hand. I'd love to see him land that first before he connects with the left hook. It's normally a lot easier to land straight punches because you don't telegraph it as much as you telegraph uppercuts and hooks. There's Abdul again, not listening to the referee's command. That's the second time he's done that in this round. He needs to be careful. He might get a point taken away if he repeats that for one more time. Left hook to the body there by Adisak. Jab there from Abdul. Abdul changes the southpaw momentarily, moving back to orthodox. Abdul happy to keep the fight on the outside, but moving back to the ropes. You want to wonder what's he planning now? What did he try and trap Adisak for? Adisak landing right hook in southpaw. Adisak staying ready. Trying to be very clever now, switching back. And Chris Sanyadet just saying, come on guys, let's keep boxing. Couldn't agree with Chris Sanyadet more, our referee, our third man in the ring. Adisak staying in southpaw now, and this is put a spanner in the works for Abdul. Adisak back to orthodox. It's always tricky when you've only had a few fights and you fight, unless you have a lot of sparring partners that are the opposite stance to you. It's very difficult fighting an opponent that has the opposite stance. Uppercut there from Adisak to the body, and then right hand over the top as he breaks out of the clinch. Right hand connects again there for Adisak. Bit of room here between these two. There's the 10-second clapper. Again, both fighters trying to taunt their opponent in, bait them in, not wanting to give away too much at the end. Looks like Adisak just landed with that right hook. And that is the end of round two. We'll go into round three shortly. Here's the replays. So Adisak being very tricky in that round, switching stances, being more of the aggressive fighter on the front foot, landing his power punches, really trying to connect with his heavy hooks to the head, and then trying to complete the combination with going to the head with the straight right. Wasn't a bad round for Adisak. Wouldn't be surprised if the judges scored it towards him. Abdul didn't really do too much in that round. Adisak does look big for this bantamweight division as well, compared to Ahmad. But Ahmad is definitely quick for this weight class and quick for this fight too. He's had super sharp reactions, and you just see his coach now just saying to him, you need to just keep going, put the pace up, increase what you're doing, increase your work rate. Couldn't agree with his coach more. Okay, here we go, round three underway. We've got one more to go after this, potentially. Ahmad in the blue and white shorts, and Adisak in the black, silver and slight red trim on his shorts. Jab there from Ahmad. Adisak slipping and dipping on the outside. Chris Sanyadet breaking him up, and the action resumes. You've got an outside fighter who is Ahmad taking on Adisak, who's an inside fighter. Adisak likes to come forward and really engage with his opponents, whereas Abdul is happy to just stay on the outside and snipe his opponent, you know, almost like a sniper on the battlefield, whereas Adisak is more like heavy infantry, wants to go straight into the enemy and just, you know, punch them straight in the face. Don't blame him. They're always the most exciting fighters to watch, but if you're a real lover of boxing, you've got to love the outside fighters. Right hand connects there for Adisak. Looks like Ahmad was in a slight bit of trouble there. There's Ahmad popping out the jab. Adisak overhand right. Good 1-2 combination there for Ahmad. And it going straight into the clinch to prevent Adisak from countering. Jab again from Ahmad. Missing with the right hand, Adisak missing with his counter as well. See, my concerns were that Adisak couldn't carry on the same kind of rhythm that he had in round one, where he came out so aggressive, was walking down Ahmad as much as he possibly could. And it looks like I was right. Adisak has really started to wilt a bit in this round. Adisak attempting the hook. See how he telegraphs the hook? Just slinging it out with the shoulder, like, makes his shoulders so open, ducking his head there. There's not a lot has been landed in this round, but the majority of the punches that have been landed have been from Ahmad. Making it very easy, just landing a simple straight punch and just going straight into the clinch just to prevent Adisak from countering back at all. Just like here, look. And then hitting on the break. Adisak thinking that he was going to end up in the clinch, but it wasn't to be. Right hand hits the arm of Ahmad. Jab down the middle, 2 jabs down the middle from Ahmad. Right hand as well. Oh, that looked like that just caught Ahmad off balance, that punch from Adisak. There's a clapper for 10 seconds. Double uppercut there in the clinch from Adisak. Jab there from Ahmad, and that's the end of round 3. Round 4 coming up, but just before that we have the replays. Okay, so it was a much better round for Ahmad. He was able to snipe his way through that round on the outside. You see here, just connecting with the jab. Very simple work there from Ahmad. It's not the most crowd-pleasing performance here from Ahmad, but it's winning him. On my unofficial scorecard, it won him that round. And that's what's most important, winning the rounds, getting the experience under your belt, and he can always build off of that. You know, you never know, he could be a little bit more aggressive now in the next round. Like what his coaches, that's what the coach is saying right now, push forward a bit more. Okay, we've got the 4th and final round coming up. Okay, here we go. Final rounds right now. It's Adisak in the blue corner and Ahmad in the red corner. Adisak really trying to take the fight to Ahmad as much as he possibly can. Don't blame him, really. I mean, he just needs to try and claw that back. I mean, for me, he definitely lost the last round, but it might just be a 30-second flurry here from Adisak. He might just end up gassing. Ahmad did such a good job in the last round of just controlling the pace very well with his jab. Straight right connects flush there for Ahmad as well. And again, and there he goes, getting confident now, landing the left hook. We haven't seen the left hook in a while from Ahmad, but Adisak coming firing back with the left hook as well, missing with his straight right. Adisak walking down his opponent, missing with the left hook again, going with the right hand to the body. This has really been a dogfight now in this round. It's probably been the best round between these two. They left it until the last round, and you know, no complaints from me. Adisak on the back foot now. Ahmad, both fighters have their hands down. Ahmad landing twice in a row with that right hand and keeping Adisak on the ropes. Adisak swinging hard for the fences, trying to just fend off Ahmad as he pressed him forward into the clinch. Both these two doing a great job. And finally, just pushing forward a bit more. Right hand connects there for Ahmad. It looks like Adisak is really starting to lose a lot of energy at the moment. I mean, no surprise, it is the 4th and final round. Adisak on the back foot now, just waiting to land that left hook. He just misses it. It looks like it grazed the top of Ahmad's head. Bit of a warning there from the referee about clinching. Adisak taking a quick look at the clock. 30 seconds to go in the 4th and final round. Right hand there from Ahmad, and he just slips down to the canvas. And we have less than 15 seconds to go right now. Adisak coming straight back into the pocket, storming the body with a left hook and a right hand. Straight right to the body there from Adisak. There's the clapper. 10 seconds to go now. Ahmad popping out that jab. It's been a great weapon for Ahmad, that jab. And that is the end of the fourth and final round. We go to the judges' scorecards yet again. Who have you got it for at home? Is it Ahmad Abdul Aziz from the UAE in the red corner, or is it Adisak Biam in the blue? Very aggressive round from Adisak, who really tried to ruffle the feathers of Ahmad in the beginning of the round. But Ahmad really did take control of the round towards the end with his jab. Was able to land that right hand a few times. We will go to Peter Denman very shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, one just scores it 37-39 for the red. Second just scores it 37-39 for the blue. And the third just scores it 38-38. This bout is a draw. เสมอครับผม เอาละครับคู่ถัดไปนะครับเป็นการชกสากลอาชีพทั้งหมด4ยกนะครับรุ่นน้ำหนักพิกัด welterweight นะครับนั่นก็คือ147ปอนด์นั่นเองครับ This bout is scheduled for 4 rounds of professional boxing action at the welterweight division 147 pounds. Calling first to the stage, fighting out the blue corner, วรพล สอบางครุ Calling to the stage from the red corner, Fahad Walid Alomeri.เอาละครับนักมวยในมุมน้ำเงินนะครับมาจากประเทศไทยครับใส่สีขาวแซมทองนะครับสถิติการชกนะครับชนะ2ครั้งนะครับแพ้10ครั้งครับมาจากประเทศไทยครับขอเสียงปรบมือต้อนรับวรพล สอบางครุ And his opponent standing across the squared circle, fighting out the red corner, hailing out of and proudly representing Qatar, wearing black with red trim, official weight 147 pounds, with a professional boxing record of 1 victory, no losses, and no bouts even. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Farhad Walid Aromeri.
Okay, we will get the first round going with our referee in charge of the action, Pirapat Sisane. Okay, so I am now joined with my co-host, the man in the know, Mr. Jimmy Bowe. How's it going, Jimmy?
Yeah, thanks for having me again here, Ali, for another Spaceplus Bangkok boxing event.
Okay, so we have Farhad Walid Alomeri in the red corner and Warapon Sorbankur in the blue. Sorbankru, sorry. So Farhad returning here to Highland Boxing Promotions. Absolute powerhouse for the welterweight division, muscles on muscles.
You can see a huge difference in size here as well. Considering they're same weight category, you can see the difference in body stature. On a big right hand from Warapon. Where did that come from? And you know what they say, Ali, muscles don't win fight, boxing does. What a cracking right hand from Warapon.
Like you said, Jimmy, timing beats power and speed all the time, and that's all that Warapon really needed.
Beautifully timed right hand, straight under and over the top with that right hand. Beautiful timing. Can Farhad last now? Can he survive? Can he get back on stable feet?
That was a really good shot from Warapon. I mean, he's definitely got the experience that trumps Farhad. 12 fights on his professional boxing record. Farhad just trying to survive this round at the moment, landing the single punches, but the right hand gets through twice, 3 times in a row.
Farhad gets through with a beautiful left and a right as well. He's definitely dangerous with these shots, but as we know, Warapon has been in that professional realm over 12 times, and he's landing these nice right hands, Ali. What a great start for this man. Warapon really just demonstrating to everyone that boxing wins fights, muscles do not.
Oh, hitting the right hand there. Farhad didn't protect himself as he was turning around. Like the referees say, you've got to protect yourself at all times. Farhad really learning the hard way right here in round one. Right uppercut sneaks through the guard for Warapon.
Some great 1-2s by Warapon, and notice how he connects with the jab and then throws that right hand. He isn't just measuring with the jab, he's using it actually to offset his opponent's balance as well. Beautiful stuff by Warapon.
Yeah, Farhad stumbling back though. Doesn't look like he's very stable on his feet. Warapon commanding the fight now on the front foot. Farhad trying to survive on the ropes, but Warapon just smothering him.
What a slugfest we're witnessing for a first round. Still 40 seconds to go. This is a fantastic start by both of these fighters, and just the tenacity of both of them to keep going forward even after these big haymakers being landed.
And really clever now from Warapon. Go into the body now. Go to the body and the head will fall. Trying to drop the arms down of Farhad, or even trying to get another knockdown here by targeting the body the way he is.
He went to the liver with that left hand as well. So Warapon demonstrating some veteran moves here, but can they keep up this pace for the other rounds, Ali? It's very unlikely that these two can keep this type of power and pace up. And that is the end of the bell for round number one. We will go to some action replays in just a moment, but what a cracking first round. So as you see here with these action replays, it was a slugfest from the beginning, and Warapon just out of nowhere landed that crisp right hand right on the button, and that put his opponent to the canvas. And it's one of those shots where you just don't see coming. You keep a nice high guard and somehow the shot comes through. And that was that other right hand as well. As he was spinning around like Deontay Wilder, he cracked him like Big Bang Zhang, cracked him there. Beautiful stuff by Warapon. And that is one of those things. Do not let a record fool you. You've got to realize that experience is sometimes a lot better than losses on your record. So yeah, he's had 10 losses, but he's definitely been in that boxing realm so many times over. What a cracking round.
Yeah, and like you said, I mean, experience just, it's so valuable, especially in moments like that in a fight. For Farhad, the way he turned around or he spun around, I mean, you just wouldn't see a fighter that's had, you know, 10 plus, 20 plus fights make that kind of mistake. So he is definitely learning the hard way from that first round. Let's see if he can claw it back in round 2.
It's a nice flicking jab by Fahad. So you can tell Fahad has been told by Taimur Khan in his corner to start using that jab more, start setting up those big, powerful shots. Let's see if he's listened to his corner. He's starting to come alive here, but Warapon always fires back.
Yeah, Taimur Khan, very good at throwing his straight punches. Great jab, Taimur Khan. Looking forward to seeing him fight again soon.
Warapon coming back with some big shots. Starting to put Fahad on the ropes, but like I said, this type of pace is very hard to keep up. I mean, there's only 4 rounds in this fight, but Fahad has already been to the canvas. It's very hard to catch up once you've already been down in a 4-round fight. Fahad needs to do something to catch up.
Yeah, he definitely does. He's got potentially another 2 rounds to go as well. Targeting the body here.
I would just like to mention there, Fahad aiming for the chest with that left hook is such a fantastic move. If the shot misses the chin, it will hit the chest, and it's just a great shot. Great stuff by Fahad, but now Warapon coming back again. This has been a bit of a seesaw fight so far. Back and forth action. Here we go. Fantastic stuff.
Swing and a miss from both fighters. Much better round so far for Fahad. Looks a lot more composed, going up with that right uppercut and then targeting Warapon with the left hook.
Yeah, good point as well, because I think Fahad just underestimated his opponent in that first round, because the shot that put him down was a high guard. You don't expect to be knocked down from a high guard often, so it was a shot that just sneaked through, and there it was again. Somehow Warapon has found a way to get through that guard of Fahad. It's great stuff.
That guard, it does look tight, but there is holes in that guard. You can really sneak a sharp right hand straight through it. I mean, Warapon's already proven it once, Jimmy. See if he can do it again.
Well, what Warapon usually does here, he's actually hitting the guard of his opponent. He's actually trying to tap the hand away and start to create his own gaps as well. So when he uses that jab, he really goes for the chin, but also tries to hit his hand away as well. And as soon as the hand moves, that's when he throws that right hand down the middle. It's a great move.
Yeah, veteran move right there. Some things that you wouldn't really see from the naked eye. That's why we've got the man in the know, Mr. Jimmy Boat, on the mic here, breaking all the action down for you.
Yeah, great stuff now by Fahad. He's really marching towards his opponent, but he keeps walking onto that right hand. So Warapon has definitely got dynamite, but a nice combination by Fahad to start firing back in the final 10 seconds.
Fahad targeting the body with the left hook. Warapon trying to land the right hook. Warapon's missing with his left hook to the body as well, and that is the end of the second round. We go into round 3 shortly. Let's just get the replays for you. So a much better round for Fahad. He was able to compose himself and land a couple of his 2-punch combinations. Warapon didn't have the best round in countering back. Fahad was really in the driving seat and controlled it quite a bit. Just able to hit Warapon at the right time. On the inside and on the outside, we see the right uppercut connecting flush right there.
Yeah, I mean, Fahad definitely finished that round very strong and started very strong. And something that we always go on about here, Ali, is starting the round strong and ended it strong tends to win the round for you. But Fahad is already on an uphill battle. He's already been down, and he already has in the back of his mind that he can be dropped by Warapon. So he's really got a lot of catching up to, but he's got some really great people in his corner right now.
Yeah, no, he definitely does. Okay, here we go. Round 3 is coming up. So Fahad in the black trunks with the red trim, and Warapon in the white trunks with the yellow trim. Both fighters connecting with jabs, but Fahad's was a lot more stronger, a lot more powerful.
Yeah, you can see that jab really has been intentions. Fahad's starting to mix it up, being a little bit tighter with his shots, and there it is, that left hook as well. So Fahad seems to be adding more combinations right now. He's thrown a jab with the right, and now he's added in the left hook as well. So definitely someone who's done a lot of pad work. He's starting to put these combinations together, and that's what he needs to do. But can he keep the energy levels high for round number 3?
Yeah, Warapon getting really his body targeted by Fahad. Warapon looks like he's just trying to conserve his energy and land just one flush counter shot like he did in the first round.
Yeah, he almost looks like he's going for that Hail Mary shot now without really respecting the punching power of Fahad. Fahad has got a mean left hook, and he likes to go to the body and to the head with those left hooks. So when Fahad gets his groove going, he does very well with his left hooks. So Warapon has really got to stick it to him now and really give him a reminder of what happened in that first round.
Yeah, Warapon here on the back foot. He's just trying to play the counter game. But for me, Jimmy just missing his opportunities, needs to be a bit more aggressive, sort of go in and then go out of the pocket to try and attack Fahad as much as he possibly can instead of just waiting for him to come to him.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a cat and mouse game, and Warapon eats a right hand. He gets complacent. Fahad marching him down. Can Fahad do enough damage to put him down? Warapon starting to roll with the punches on the ropes as well. What an absolute turn of events. If Warapon does not go to the canvas here, the referee might even step in and stop it.
Yeah, he might just do that. Fahad smells blood and is going in for the kill. Connecting with his left hook and right hand predominantly. There's that left hook again. Fahad using his footwork very well to not let Warapon get off the ropes.
Warapon doing just enough to keep the referee away from him. He looks like he's just balancing right now. He's skating on thin ice, but he eats a right hand in the process. The referee's got to think here, what is the best thing to do? It's probably a good thing for Warapon to take a knee at this point.
Warapon slipping and dipping. Looked like he was going down there the way he swayed on that slip. Right hand there just misses for Fahad. Connecting with the left hook though.
Has Fahad punched himself out, trying to put down Warapon? The chin of steel on Warapon. I'm not sure what the referee is jumping in now for.
Yeah.
And a little bit of drama here.
That's it. Referee P-Bat Cisane calling a stop to the action. I mean, we were calling for it in the commentary booth, so it was a good thing that the referee finally saw that it was time to call it a day for Warapon. He was taking way too much damage, and the fighter's safety is the utmost importance to us here at Highland Boxing Promotions.
I would like to say it was an interesting stoppage though, because Fahad definitely was putting the pieces together, started to find his groove and started to connect. But in my view, Warapon was demonstrating that he could continue going. So it was one of those interesting stoppages where I don't think Warapon could necessarily argue with the stoppage, because he took way too many big shots and it looked like he was only going to take more. But the referee should have stopped it sooner. And by the time he stopped it, I think the fight was almost back to going to where it was in the beginning, which was somewhat of an even affair. But again, the referee did what he had to do to stop the fight, and fighter safety is always more important than us just watching two people slug it out. Let's go to Peter Denman.
ละครับก็ได้หยุดลงนะครับผมตอน2 นาที 48 นะครับ It was a stop, no contest, and your winner fighting out of the red corner, Fahad Walid Aromeri. And now the next bout is scheduled for 6 rounds of professional boxing at the flyweight division at the weight limit of 108 pounds คู่ถัดไปนะครับผมก็เป็นการชกสากลอาชีพทั้งหมด6 ยกนะครับไลท์ฟลายเวทครับ108 ปอนด์นั่นเองครับขอเชิญขึ้นมาบนเวทีก่อนนะครับในมุมน้ำเงินครับธานีนรินทร์รำCalling to the stage his opponent out of the red corner, Elmar Zamora. เอาละครับเป็นการพบกันระหว่างประเทศไทยกับฟิลิปปินส์นะครับในมุมน้ำเงินนะครับมาจากประเทศไทยครับใส่กางเกงนะครับผมดำเขียวแซมด้วยน้ำเงินนะครับสถิติการชกสากลอาชีพนะครับชนะมา3ครั้งแพ้6ครั้งไม่เคยเสมอใครนะครับขอเสียงดังๆต้อนรับธานีนรินทร์รำ and his opponent standing across in the squared circle hailing out of and proudly representing the Philippines wearing right with red trim with a professional record a perfect one 6 victories and no losses. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for the undefeated Elmar Zamora. And your referee in charge of the action once it begins, Ajahn Chris Sanyadet. And the judges scoring ringside, Ajahn Pipasi Sane, Ajahn Tanin Boompiu, and Ajahn Carlos Costa.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the 5th fight of this afternoon. We will have the Philippines taking on Thailand. Elmar Zamora will be taking on Thailand's Thani Narinam. This is a light flyweight fight scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds. Round number 1.
Zamora, undefeated fighter in the red corner. Red and white shorts for Zamora. But Thani with 9 fights on his record. Let's see if he can use that experience in his favor.
So we've got a very nice orthodox against the southpaw, something that we definitely love to see. Southpaw against orthodox is definitely just a battle of the footwork, but this is a first round. It's a feeling out process as well.
Left hand connects there for Thani. Zamora taking his time, landing the right hand to the body.
And you can see Zamora really trying to set things up here as well. He's just taking his time and he's really trying to find his footing before he delivers those nice right hands to the body. But I do like what Thani's doing as well here. Looks very stiff and he looks like someone who's very calculated as well. We've seen Thani fight before here, and he fought somebody in a fight which nobody thought he was supposed to win, and he overcame those odds and won that fight. He is a very slick, crafty southpaw, and he pulls random tricks out of the bags. He's very exciting to see, and he won his last, well, it was a very close contest in his last fight with just that big looping overhand left that he likes to throw.
Yeah, definitely a tricky customer.
And he does have a 7-11 tattoo as well, so...
Yeah, I just noticed that as well.
And there he is. He's very cocky, and he almost has that stiff, drunken sailor style. So he's very calculated in what he's doing, but he likes to give his opponent the sense that he doesn't know what's going on. But even then, you see exactly what he's doing. His head movement is great. He knows what he's doing. He's calculating everything. He sticks his chin out, and he's trying to bait you in. He is a constant Venus flytrap. He wants you to go into him, and then he'll snap you up as soon as you get close.
Yeah, both fighters really winding up their straight punches as well. Lots of power going into him. Zamora really targeting the body too as he comes into the pocket.
Zamora with that beautiful rear uppercut to the chest. And that is an uppercut that works very well against southpaws, which is you throw that right uppercut and you aim for the chest of your opponent, because it'll either hit their solar plex, it'll either hit their chest, and if they dip down, it'll hit their chin. So a great move by Zamora.
Zamora controlling the fight very well on the front foot, pouring out the jab. But Thani coming back with that left hand, that signature left hand of his. A right hook on the inside from Thani as well, but Zamora fires straight back, pushing Thani into his corner.
Zamora does not want to stand and trade with someone like Thani. This is what Thani wants you to do. He wants you to get in and trade.
Yeah, Thani, an extremely frustrating opponent to fight, and that is the end of round 1. A replay's coming up very shortly, then we will have round 2. So what a round. I mean, you got to say the aggressor in that round had to be Zamora, but Thani definitely did stay in that fight with what James was saying, Jimmy was saying, his drunken sailor style of just being very unpredictable, just slinging these overhand lefts in. Doesn't completely keep his back foot on the floor when he connects with these left hands, but just wails them in, and if they connect, they connect.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he's doing. He likes to create that false sense of, I'm just having a good time here. But the reality is, he's very calculated. His feet are planted. If you look at his footwork and you look at his hand placement, that'll give you a very good idea that this man is not playing around, but it's all for sure. He likes to leave his chin out. He knows the range of his opponent very well, and we've seen him win fights. The only issue he has is he starts to lose his energy towards the later half of the fight. So as long as he keeps his energy up, he actually does very, very well.
Well, we go into round 2 right now. We are scheduled for 6 if it goes the distance. Like James said, can Tani hold on for that long? Multiple jabs being landed there by Zamora to set up that overhand right and go into the body with that uppercut too. Super fast. Oh, and there's Zamora stumbling there momentarily. Tani clipping him, and again, Tani clipping him with the left hand.
And that is the left hand we were talking about. He waits for you to go in. He gives you that false sense of security, and when you least expect it, he cracks you with that left hand, and that's exactly what we've been waiting for from Tani. So Zamora now has to go back to the jab. Beautiful head movement by Zamora. Zamora is on shaky legs. He looks a little bit gun-shy. He needs to get back behind that jab and just try and wait it out until he feels better again. A great move by Tani.
See, that's just how his counter-punching style is so dangerous. You think that you're safe and that you're hurting Tani, but out of nowhere, he can just catch you off guard with one of those hard counter-punches.
It's beautiful stuff, really. I mean, this is what we love to see. Styles make fights, and he is boxing with a very, very unique style that we just don't see very often right now. I think it was DeMarcus Corley who used to use this style. He used it against Floyd Mayweather, and Floyd Mayweather did claim that it was his most difficult fight because he just didn't know where the punches were coming from. It's a crafty style, and I love to see it.
Double jab there from Zamora. Looks like he's got his composure back in round 2. Half of the round is gone. 1-2, and then hook to the body from Zamora. Tani, though, with that left hand. Zamora again, popping out the jab.
Zamora really needs to get behind that jab once again and don't fall in for that bit. Stick with the jab and fight your opponent like he is a southpaw with a very powerful left hand. If you know your opponent's got a very powerful left hand, just keep stepping towards their jab. You don't need to be intimidated by their jab. Tani hasn't thrown a lead hook yet either. You don't need to be intimidated by a shot he's not throwing. You already know what he likes to throw. Step around and do not allow him to get any leverage on that big left hand. Just keep moving and jabbing.
Right hand there from Zamora as he tries to land him with the uppercut at long range.
And this is where Tani starts to fade as well. When he's landed some big shots, he starts to fade as well. I mean, he gets tired in these moments because he's so used to fighters going down to these big shots. So that is definitely a testament to Zamora. Zamora has a good chin to withstand some of the punishment he's taken in this round.
Tani as well loves to taunt his opponent on the outside. We saw it in round 1 where he just likes to sort of play mind games with them, catch them off guard. Tani trying to sling in with that overhand left and missing.
Zamora has now started to read that left hand. He started to read the timing of the left hand, and that's where he needs to be in this fight. He knows his fighter's got a good left hand. He's got to get the timing down and start moving away from it. Let's see some of these action replays. So we had a bit of a slugfest in the opening half, and that's that shot that almost knocked Zamora off balance. And now when we see the action replay, you can tell Zamora was crossing his legs when the shot landed, and that's what knocked him off balance as well, which made it look like the shot landed harder. With that being said, that plays on the judges' scorecards, and the judges are going to feel like they've won it.
Okay, we go into the third round coming up very shortly. I mean, just going off of what you just said there, Jimmy, at the beginning of the round, you kind of want to sort of give it to Tani just on how he landed a couple of counter punches that stubborn to Zamora. Zamora didn't go down for an 8 count though. He kept his composure, he was able to stay on his feet and was able to land that jab, target the body as well with that right uppercut.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the fact he stayed on his feet has now got to play on his mind as well. He's got to feel like, well, my best shot that landed did not take my opponent out. But when you get tired, the shots tend to start hurting a little bit more and landing harder. Okay, here we go. We're halfway through the rounds that we're scheduled for. We're in round 3.
Zamora, white and red trunks. Tani in the black, blue and green trunks.
And you can see Zamora now starting to put the pressure on. And sometimes that's a good thing to do against someone like Tani. You've got to prove you're not intimidated, but do not walk onto the shot that you know he's throwing. It's almost like playing rock, paper, scissors with somebody. Someone you know who uses rock all the time, there's no reason to keep using scissors against them. Use something else, and that's exactly what Elmar needs to do here.
I really liked the work from Omar in the earlier rounds, in rounds 1 and 2, where he just landed the jab multiple times and then went straight to the body with that right uppercut.
Yeah, it's a beautiful move. It's that rear uppercut, but it also works both ways as well. A southpaw can throw their rear uppercut to him as well. So it's that backhand that they're trying to throw against their opponent, but they're aiming for the chest. They're not aiming for the chin necessarily, but your opponent, if they walk into a shot that's aimed for their chest, it ends here. And a beautiful shot too, and that's the shot we were talking about. The shot that put him down is exactly the shot that works best against the southpaw.
Yeah, and it looks like Tani is just going to make the count. Potentially, no. Referee Chris Sanyadet saying no way. I mean, he didn't really turn to face the referee, didn't have his gloves up. So Zamora is now going to increase his professional record to 7-0 with that stoppage. I mean, what a shot. He'd been landing it throughout the whole fight, and he finally found the right uppercut that ended the fight for Tani.
Yeah, and he also used the ropes to help him back up as well, which technically in boxing, you're not allowed to use the ropes to obviously stop your fall, and you can't use them to get back up. It definitely plays on the ref's mind. So a beautiful punch, and it was the punch we were talking about.
Ladies and gentlemen, by way of TKO in the second round at the time of 1 minute and 28 seconds, you have your winner. Fighting out the red corner, Elmar Zamora. ตอนนี้ก็ผ่านไปด้วยกัน5คู่แล้วนะครับเรามาดูที่คู่ที่6นะครับกระเถิบน้ำหนักขึ้นมาใหญ่เลยทีเดียวนะครับบริดเจอร์เวทนะครับ224ปอนด์ครับผมครับขอเชิญขึ้นมาบนเวทีก่อนเลยนะครับในมุมน้ำเงินครับวีรพัฒน์นะครับกำลังไวAnd calling to the stage, fighting out the red corner, his opponent, Tari Jafarov Belligerent.
And about to make his way to the ring, a Highland favorite, a man who has fought many times here in Thailand, Tyrell Jafarov. Making his way to the ring, he already puts on a great performance for everyone, representing Azerbaijan with a professional fight record of 30 wins, 7 losses.
This bout is scheduled for 8 rounds of professional boxing action at the division of the Bridgerweight, 224 pounds. Introducing to you first, fighting out the blue corner. ในมุมน้ำเงินนะครับมาจากประเทศไทยครับใส่กางเกงลายเสือนะครับสถิติการชกนะครับชนะมา7 ครั้งนะครับแพ้3 ครั้งแล้วก็ไม่เคยเสมอกับใครนะครับครับขอเสียงดังต้อนรับวีรพัฒน์กำลังไว And his opponent standing across the squared circle, hailing out of and proudly representing Azerbaijan with a professional record of 30 victories, opposite of 7 defeats. Wearing black and gold. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Tari Jafarov Belligerent. Once the action begins, your referee อาจารย์พิพัฒน์ศรีเสน่ห์ and 3 judges scoring ringside อาจารย์คริสสัญญเดช อาจารย์ธนินทร์บุญผิว and Mr. Carlos Costa.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We move on to fight number 6. We go into the Bridgerweight division. It is Azerbaijan taking on Thailand. Tayo Jafarov in the red corner and Weerapat Gamlangwai in the blue. Tayo Jafarov, a regular on the Way of Champions show. Hasn't been defeated yet. Let's see if Weerapat can cause him some problems. Weerapat with a great record of 10 fights, 7 victories and 3 defeats. But Tayo Jafarov, 30 victories on his record, 28 of those coming by TKO or KO, Jimmy.
Yeah, Tyrell likes to go to the body. He likes to invest in these big shots as early as he can. And there it is. The power of Tyrell already puts his opponent to the canvas. And let me tell you, his opponent, Weerapat, is a very, very strong boxer. In his last fight, he went the full fight toe-to-toe with a big warrior. So Tyrell putting him to the canvas this early is a testament to the power of this man.
Could he get it done in round number 1? If there's 2 more knockdowns, it's all over. There's the second. Can we do another? And no! Pipat Sisane calls off the action. That must have been... We didn't even hit the 2-minute mark. Tayo just showing his prowess and his power. Super quick in the first round. His wife in his corner as well, Angelina Barbie Lucas, who's also very experienced on the show too.
What a fight. Stopped it as early as he possibly could. And we know with Tyrell, he just likes to go to the body as early as he can. And he just creates that moment for a fighter where they think, all I need to do is defend my body. And then he goes upstairs with a big hook and takes his opponent out. Can this man be stopped? You let him know. Let's go to Peter
Ladies
Denman.
and gentlemen, the referee called a stop to this contest at the time of 0.45 seconds by round 1 TKO for your winner. Fighting out of the red corner, Tayo Jafarov, belligerent. ไม่ธรรมดานะครับ ต่อไปหลังจากนี้ต้องเจอใครก็ต้องมารอลุ้นกันนะครับ ใหญ่มากๆเลยนะครับ Bridgerweight ครับ 224 ปอนด์ครับ โดนไปทีนี่อย่างกับค้อนปอนเลยทีเดียวครับเอาละครับหลังจากนี้นะครับก่อนที่เราจะไปดูมวยกันต่อในคู่ที่ 7 นะครับ เราก็มีโชว์พิเศษมาขั้นให้ดูก่อนนะครับ and before we head straight to the 7th bout we have a special show prepared for you guys so please give it up for our talented performers and welcoming the Spaceplus Dance. Please give our talented performers a round of applause ขอเสียงปรบมือหน่อยครับเอาละครับกลับมาดูมวยกันต่อในคู่ที่ 7 นะครับขอเชิญขึ้นมาบนเวทีนะครับในมุมน้ำเงินครับจิรัญชยาภูลสังครับAnd now calling to the stage her opponent, Pune Tabor. This bout is scheduled for 6 rounds of professional boxing at the weight limit of 126 pounds, the featherweight division. Introducing to you first, fighting out the blue corner ในมุมน้ำเงินนะครับมาจากประเทศไทยนะครับใส่กางเกงแดงนะครับผมแซมขาวครับสถิติการชกมานะครับก็ชนะ2 ครั้งแพ้ 2 ครั้งครับขอเสียงปรบมือต้อนรับนะครับจิรัญชยาภูลสังครับผม And her opponent standing across in a squared circle, hailing out of and proudly representing Iran, wearing black with red trim, with a professional record of 7 victories opposite of 3 losses. Please give it up for Pune Tabor. Once the action begins, your referee in charge is Ajahn Thanin Boompiu, and your 3 judges scoring ringside, Ajahn Pipat Sisene, Ajahn Chris Sanyadet, and Ajahn Carlos Costa.
Okay, folks, here we go. Swiftly moving on to fight number 7. It is Iran taking on Thailand. We have Pune Akund Tabar Mazan Darani in the red corner. And we have Chirinchaya Punsang in the blue. To make things easier, Tina is just going straight in, lining up her opponent with the right hands, left hook to the body there.
Very close quarters already as well. These are 2-minute rounds in comparison to the last fights, which were 3 minutes. These are 2-minute rounds, so you've got to get a lot done in the opening moments of this fight. Scheduled for 6 2-minute rounds, so you can't take any time off. A big overhand right landed by Punsang.
Punsang with the feint. Tina closing the distance though with the left hook to the body and connecting very well with that right hand.
Yeah, Tina very much with that high guard, close quarters action, and really just trying to dig down. You can tell she's got a lot of experience of inside fighting. She's trying to pull the guard down of Punsang as well.
Right hand there though from Punsang. Fires straight back with it.
Punsang, interestingly, is the longer fighter, but is almost boxing Tina at her own style. She should just be on the outside, flicking that jab, keeping her range, and only coming in when she wants to.
Left hook there from Punsang, but Tina fires straight back with the right hand. Tina on the front foot now. 3-punch combination, but Punsang just waiting patiently to land that counter punch.
It's a very nice phone booth boxing here. Both fighters just standing toe-to-toe and just going for it. Really nice, and there's that footwork that we was expecting from Punsang. She's got the length, she's got longer arms, or so it seems. She should just use that to her advantage. There's no reason to fight the Iranian in the close pocket right here. That is the bell for 10 seconds as well.
Uppercut there from Tina on the inside, jab from her as well, from the Iranian fighter. Both fighters with their hands up in the pocket, and that is the end of round one. Round two coming up, but let's get those replays for you. A very action-packed round between both fighters. Punsang, the counter-puncher, Tina, the aggressor. Tina making her 11th pro boxing fight this afternoon on our card. Punsang making a pro debut. She's had 4 amateur boxing fights, 2 victories, 2 defeats. Let's see if she can use that experience in this fight in her pro debut. It's always good to have a few fights before your pro debut. It doesn't matter whether they're amateur or from another discipline. It could be from Muay Thai, could be from Taekwondo, karate, kickboxing, anything like that. It's always good to have that kind of experience coming into the ring. You never know what you're going to do under pressure. You can't underestimate a boxing fight. It is literally like you're going to war and being fired at straight away. You have to know how to react, and you have to react fast.
Yeah, absolutely. Very well said. You've got to be able to have been in that ring sometimes, or in some form of a fight beforehand, to try and get an idea of what it's like in that ring. And that is the bell for round number 2. Iran taking on Thailand. Tina already with that very fast start. And now we start to see Punsang start to use her feints and the jab. That's exactly where Punsang needs to be. She needs to keep delivering those jabs, those feints, and then setting up a right hand down the middle.
Tina going to work with the body punch to the body and then going upstairs with the left hook. Punsang high guard, right uppercut there from the Thai fighter. And getting clinched up there by Tina, but referee breaking the clinch up very early. Tina getting clips there with 2 hooks.
And you can see Tina is almost still trying to work out her opponent. It looks like Tina knows how to fight on the inside. She knows how to walk forward, but she doesn't know how to box on the outside as well. So you can tell she's very much a one-dimensional fighter, but that one dimension tends to work very well. If you're always on the front foot, it favors very well on the judges' scorecards, and it also upsets your opponent as well, because you're always in front of them, you're always in front of them and just tearing them down, taking out their energy. So Tina knows exactly what she's doing.
Yeah, Tina on the front foot here, high guard. Punsang looks like trying to land that overhand right. We saw it early on in the fight there, right there. Looks like it just hit the shoulder. She wasn't able to completely connect with it. And hitting on the break right there, referee just having a quick telling off to Tina.
Tina's done that twice now as well. Tina has hit after the break as well. And it gets to a point where you either don't understand what's being said or you're choosing to hit after the break. So I really hope the referee gets on that, because hitting after the break is very dangerous in boxing. And there we see it once again. The referee shouting stop. Tina's got to be very careful here, because the referee could very easily take a point.
Left hook there from Punsang. Tina missing with her own counter punches. Punsang a high guard going onto the inside, but getting pulled down into the clinch by Tina. And that is the end of the round, end of round 2. Round 3 coming up shortly, but we should have the replays for you right now.
Yeah, very exciting round, a lot more action going on, but it looks like Tina was really putting the pieces together. Punsang did a better job to stay a little bit at the medium range, but again, to me, it looks like Punsang isn't aware of how to defeat someone like Tina. Tina has very broad shoulders. She has a very nice stance and marches towards you. Punsang could just keep stepping away with that jab and keep trying to set up that overhand right, but you can't rush the overhand right. Once you've already delivered the overhand right and your opponent's aware of it, it's very hard to do it again. You've got to disguise it. So what you do is you start jabbing down to the body, you start feinting the overhand right to the head, but you go down to the body as well, and then allow your opponent to forget what happened in the first place, and then you start delivering it upstairs.
Yeah, great tactical breakdown there by the man in the know, Mr. Jimmy Bowe. And here we go, and we go into round 3 now. We are scheduled for 6 rounds, so this is the halfway mark.
And this round is really important, because you don't want to be playing catch-up in a 6-round fight. You don't want to be in a situation where you're already 2 rounds down and now you're only playing catch-up. You can't fight for a draw. You can't fight for an even fight. You've got to fight to win. So this round really means a lot.
Left hook there to the body by Pongsang. Tina trying to fire straight back and getting caught with a right hand from Pongsang on the counter.
And Pongsang delivered that right hand great. She went to the body with the left hook and then came upstairs with that right hand. So that's what we're talking about. You've almost got to use a smoke screen to deliver it. And those are the feints. Pongsang needs to keep those feints going. Keep the feints going with the corkscrew jabs and then throw that overhand right. But of course, the Iranian Tina is just marching forward. And a beautiful left hook as well.
Yeah, she really caught her clean there with the left hook. Pongsang stumbling momentarily, but looks like she's got her composure back, going to back at Tina with the right uppercut.
Pongsang has got to compose herself, get on that back foot, start dancing around, start going a bit more lateral with your movement, moving left and right, because right now Tina is walking forward and Pongsang is just walking backwards. They're both on the same line. Boxing is always boxing off the line as well, offset your opponent's rhythm. So we really need to see that Tina's just going forward and doing exactly what she needs to do. But her opponent, Pongsang, needs to start moving left and right and get off Tina's line.
Yeah, she really does, and she gets caught there with that left hook. Like you said, Tina, just an inside fighter really, but it's working very well for her at the moment in round 3. She's had landed some very consecutive shots. And there's the clapper for the last 10 seconds of the round.
Pongsang back into just inside fighting, but I do not see the point of inside fighting someone who you know is just a stronger and more tactical on the inside. I'd like to see Pongsang get on that back foot. Here's some action replays, Ali.
Yeah, here we go. So Tina just weathering the storm and walking Pongsang down, sticking to her guns. Like to land that left hook quite a lot. You see her clipping Pongsang there and just giving her quite a bit to think about. Tina did target the body too. That was a great round for the Iranian fighter. And let's see if she can continue that same kind of pace in round 4. Pongsang waiting a little bit too long for my liking for the counter punches, Jimmy.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more. I mean, you made a good point in the other fight where forcing the counter punch, or it's just counter punch against counter punch, but sometimes you've got to give up your initial game plan and try something else. And to me, Tina is a one-dimensional fighter, but it's working for her. She marches forward, she tears you up on the inside, and she just stays in front of you. But Pongsang is not boxing like she should against someone who boxes like that. She just seems to try and box her at her own game. But let's see if her corner is giving her the right advice. That is the bell for round number 4, Ali. Halfway through this fight already.
Yeah, we are halfway through. It's been an interesting fight so far. You've got 2 different styles here. You've got the counterpuncher versus the inside fighter. Tina just wanted to walk her opponent down as much as possible, whereas Pongsang wants to wait on the outside and just try and pick her off at range with counterpunches. Right hook connects there though for Tina.
And that's the other thing. Tina marches forward, but Pongsang isn't necessarily outside of the range of Tina. She's still on the inside throwing those counters, and unless you can roll with the punches, unless you can dip and dive like James Turney, you cannot just stay in front of someone like Tina. You've got to roll with the shots and roll with the counters.
Feint there from Pongsang. Sorry, James, didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're right. I mean, look, the Philly shell would work beautifully here against someone like Tina. If you ever watch someone like James Turney when he fought Jirov was always in James Turney's face, but James Turney never once backed up. He just rolled with every shot and countered, and that's exactly what he needs to do. The referee makes a good point there. She's got to keep her head up, otherwise she's going to eat an uppercut.
Yeah. Really, we've had that a lot on this show where a lot of the fighters, when they get clinched, they just duck down straight away. Quite a cheeky move just to make the referee break up the action so that they can gain a bit of space. Good 2-punch combination there. Left hook to the body and then left uppercut to the head from Pongsang.
That was probably the best combination we've seen in this fight. Beautifully timed, left to the body, left upstairs, but I'd like to see you do it the other way around now as well. Tap upstairs, go down low. You really want to take out the gas tank of Tina, but Tina is just dominant. She's walking towards her. She's a strong fighter, and it must be very, very hard for Pongsang to deal with someone who is constantly in front of you.
Tina had some success early on with the right hands. I mean, like Jimmy said earlier, the best time to sort of win a fight is 30 seconds before and 30 seconds at the beginning of the round, and that is the end of round 4. We'll get the replays and see you in round 5 shortly.
So that was that big right hand that just missed the target. Tina was going to the body a lot more in that round, but then you saw Punsang in the later half of that round really started to put the combinations together. But I would just like to see her be a little bit more busy. If she is just sticking to the idea that I'm going to fight on the inside, that's completely fine, but you need to be more evasive like that. You need to be evasive, but if you dodge a punch on the inside, you need to make them pay. One thing you'll know about this as well, Ali, is as soon as you duck underneath that shot, you need to throw to the body or do something. You can't just duck underneath and do nothing with it.
Yeah, you can't miss the opportunity at all. Especially if you make your opponent miss like that and they're open, you've got to take advantage of it straight away. I mean, it's easier said than done. It's all about timing, which is one thing that takes a fighter such a long time to master. If they're not naturally good at timing punches or timing their opponent with slips and dips, takes a while. But when it lands, Jimmy, it's definitely poetry in motion.
Yeah, beautifully said as well. That was poetry there, Ali. So we're into round number 5. And then we see Punsang starts to throw the flinch, starts to feint her opponent, but only throws about 3 or 4. She's now on the back foot. This is what she should have been doing in the earlier rounds. She's now on the back foot, and this is exactly where she needs to be. Start delivering that check hook. As soon as Tina comes forward, use the check hook.
Sometimes it does take a while, though, for you to get your tactics going into the latest stages of the fight. Punsang, like you said, on the back foot, switching starts, is now southpaw. Tina, though, not phased, still coming forward. Right hand has really been the key shot for her in this fight.
I'm not sure why she went to southpaw. Maybe she's just trying to trick her opponent, but stick to the back foot and just keep using that lead left hook. You can even see when Tina starts to cover up, she goes for a cross guard. She is open to the left hook every time, and a big right hand landed by Tina in that process.
Tina walking her opponent down still in round 5. Great gas tank being demonstrated here by the Iranian.
And you notice here, Ali, Tina isn't cutting off the ring. She's just walking towards her opponent, and her opponent isn't doing anything to punish it. If someone is walking towards you, jab them to the body. They will walk onto that jab. Andre Ward, Floyd Mayweather used to do this beautifully. If your opponent's walking towards you, just jab them to the stomach.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, the jabs to the body, it's one of the hardest punches to block. And it's like you said, if you walk straight into it, your opponent's already doing half the work for you.
You don't need to put much power into it. Let them walk onto it, let their momentum be their downfall. And unfortunately, I just feel like, you know, Punsang, and maybe we're being a little bit harsh here, it looks like she's just not got the correct game plan for this fight. She's got the footwork, she's got the size, she's just not utilizing it correctly. Yeah. Let's see some action replays.
Not picking up punches very well, but there's one punch that she did land, that stiff jab, twice on the replay right here. Maybe a little bit too little too late for Punsang, who's adopted like fighting on the back foot, whereas Tina has kept stuck to her game plan, stuck to her guns, and just kept on pushing the fight forward, pushing the pace.
Yeah, she's got the method that just goes forward, but it is working for her. And, you know, interestingly, she's made Punsang fight her fight. If Punsang didn't fight Tina's fight, Tina would have very, very much a different time and a very rough fight in my view. If someone was just on the back foot using a jab and a check hook, you know, doubling the jab and maybe disguising a jab with a left hook, Tina would, to me, not have an answer for it. We've already seen that she's very open to it. But again, Punsang is not doing this. And now we're witnessing two fighters just fighting the same style of fight, and one of them is just a little bit better than the other at it, and that, to me, is Tina.
Tina, here we go, keeping the pace going on the front foot. We're in the 6th and final round now.
Definitely more active at the moment as well. Both fighters very much active inside that clinch, and it creates a lot of drama inside there as well. And a beautiful 1-2 attempted by Punsang, but Tina now coming alive. Dirty boxing once again from both of these fighters now.
Punsang trying to land the counter right hand, but missing with the jab too. There's Tina slipping, but not taking advantage of the slip and not landing a counter. Landing the right hook that time. The right hand goes over the top of the guard of Punsang.
Boxing is all about making them miss and making them pay. It's not cool to get hit. If you dodge a shot, you need to come back with something. Make them pay for the shot that they just missed. Tina just keeps plodding forward. There's no footwork here from Tina. She's just walking forward with a square guard. And this is what, you know, a lot of boxers would love to fight against. You know what they're going to do. They're coming forward. But you do need a gas tank and you do need footwork to beat someone like Tina, which is a lot easier said than done.
Yeah, got to agree with you right there. But I mean, it could be down to fitness too. Pungsang might not be as fit as Tina, not able to sort of fight the fight that she needs to on the back foot. Tina's still just punishing her with that right hand. And just looks like Tina's got stamina for sale at the moment, Jimmy.
And we're starting to see Tina really put these pieces together. The fitness, I think you called it, Pungsang does not look like she's got the fitness. She's breathing heavy through her mouth as well. And when someone opens their mouth to breathe like that, it's a very good sign of how tired they really are. And when you're fighting someone that you know is marching forward, it is very hard for your psychological.
Referee breaks them up for one more time, and that is the end of the 6th and final round between these two. We go to the judges' scorecards for the second time this afternoon.
Let's see some action replays here. I mean, it bothers me that Tina, again, hit after the bell, kept hitting behind the back of the head in that fight. Tina was very dirty in that fight, and that's one thing that we did just see there. With that being said, she did do very well. She constantly marched forward. She didn't allow her opponent to really get a chance to breathe or even think about what to do. But I think
เอาละครับขอเสียงให้มุมน้ำเงินนะครับ Can we make some noise for the blue corner ขอเสียงให้มุมแดงบ้างนะครับ Can we make some noise for the red corner ชกกันได้ดุเดือดมากเลยนะครับซ้อมมาหลายเดือนครับสุดท้ายครับขึ้นอยู่กับกรรมการ3ท่านนะครับแต่ว่าที่นี่ที่ไฮแลนด์ของเรานะครับให้คะแนนเป็นกลางนะครับผมไม่ตัดสินแบบค้านสายตานะครับ First judge scores it 56-58 for the red. Second judge scores it 56-58 for the blue, and the final judge scores it 57-57. This bout is officially a draw. เสมอครับผม This next bout is scheduled for 6 rounds of professional boxing at the division of the super welterweight division, the weight limit of 126 pounds. มวยคู่ถัดไปนะครับเป็นการชกสากลอาชีพ6ยกนะครับรุ่นน้ำหนักซูเปอร์เวลเตอร์เวทครับ122ปอนด์นะครับขอเชิญขึ้นมาบนเวทีก่อนเลยนะครับผมในมุมน้ำเงินครับพีรพัฒน์งามศิริปกรณ์ครับผม And calling to the stage his opponent in the red corner, Alfred Diano. Introducing to you first, fighting at the blue corner ในมุมน้ำเงินนะครับมาจากประเทศไทยนะครับใส่กางเกงดำแซมทองนะครับผมสถิติการชกนะครับผมต่อยมา4 ครั้งไร้พ่ายครับยังไม่เคยแพ้ใครนะครับขอเสียงดังๆต้อนรับพีรพัฒน์งามศิลปกรณ์ And his opponent fighting out the red corner wearing black with gold trim hailing out of and proudly representing the Philippines. With a professional record, a perfect one, 12 victories and no losses. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for the undefeated Alfred Diano. Once the action begins, your referee in charge, อาจารย์พิพัฒน์ศรีเสน่ห์ and the three judges scoring ringside อาจารย์คริสสัญญเดช อาจารย์ธนินทร์บูมผิว and อาจารย์คาร์ลอสคอสตา
Okay, folks, we move on to fight number 8 in the welterweight division. It's happening. Oh, my apologies.
No problem, Ali.
Fight number 8, super featherweight division. Alfred Dino, 13 fights in his record, 12 victories, 1 draw, no defeats. Fighting off against Pirapat Nam Silapakon, who is undefeated as a pro, 4 fights, 4 victories, no losses, no draws.
So whose will go today? We will see. We've got a very classic southpaw against an orthodox. So that is Alfred Dina from the Philippines in that southpaw stance. And of course the man from Thailand in that orthodox. We've seen him fight several times before. That is Pirapat. He always overcommits to that right hand when he throws it. He lifts up his back leg. So if Dino is smart enough, he can really catch him with a lead right hook or even a left to the body, or even if he's crafty enough to get that uppercut going. But Pirapat's got to be careful with that right hand, Ali.
No, he definitely does. He's got quite a wide open guard as well, and his chin is just out there for the taking for Dino if he can land that left hand.
But I've seen Dino do this before. He opens up his opponent, but he does get caught sometimes. He likes to charge in with his chin very up high, and I've seen him get caught before in fights which he should have never gone down in. So Dino's got to be very careful as well. Like we've seen in other fights, all it takes is that one punch to really offset the magic of that fight.
Yeah, Dino doing a good job targeting the body with the straight left and the right hook as well. Dino again, right hook to the head.
And that's that lead right hook we were talking about. That is a shot that's going to land even more powerful if his opponent is throwing that right hand as he walks in.
Snappy left uppercut early on from Dino. Great head movement as well from the Filipino fighter. Going downstairs with that shovel right uppercut. I really think that Dino is going to try and get this done early, Jimmy, and keep his winning streak going.
Yeah, Dino with some beautiful bodywork. And the way Dino gets underneath his opponent's shots to really deliver those shots, very reminiscent of Mike McCallum, to just keep digging down to the body. I love seeing fighters like this. I love to see a fighter that really goes to the body early on and really works it. Some fantastic stuff we're seeing here from Dino.
Yeah, I mean, Dino just showing how you fight a taller fighter, an outside fighter. Go in on the inside, target the body. You see early on slipping and dipping. See there, he just slipped to his right to land that right hook to the body as well.
I love this style of fighting. Like I said, Mike McCallum, the body snatcher, used to do this every time. He almost wouldn't go to the head. He just keeps digging down to the body, to the hips, to the chest, to the arms of his opponent. And then as soon as your opponent is not expecting, he goes upstairs as well. But these body shots is like Ali just said, this is how you beat a taller fighter. Keep ducking and diving and just keep digging to the body. Great stuff, and we're already 20 seconds away from round number 1 ending.
And we saw early on Pirapat just grimacing, and down he goes! First knockdown, is he going to get back up? It looks like he's in a world of pain, and Pirapat Sisane waves it off. Waves off the action. We had about 15 or 16 seconds to go on the clock, and Alfred Dino gets it all done in round number 1. Impeccable, perfect performance there from Alfred Dino. Here is Jimmy with the replay.
Just absolute domination by this young body snatcher, Alfred Dino. You notice when he starts to throw those body shots, he is always looking at his opponent on the eye level and then starts digging down like a Salvador Sanchez used to do as well. Looks you in the eye and then goes down low. Just absolute fantastic body work is what we've just seen. Let's go to Matthew
อาจารย์
Dean
แพทย์
with
นะ
the
ครับผ
final
ม
announcement.
จิรศักดิ์บุปผาชาตินะครับยืนอยู่เคียงข้างเวทีมวยไทยและมวยสากลมานานแสนนานนะครับมีประสบการณ์หลายปีมากครับในการดูแลนักมวยครับ เอาละครับ At the time of 2 minutes and 53 seconds, the referee called a stop to this contest, and your winner by round 1 TKO, fighting out of the red corner, Alfred Diano. And now the next bout is scheduled for 6 rounds of welterweight action at the weight limit of 147 pounds. First, calling to the stage, fighting out the blue corner, Amir Horsin RC.เอาละครับคู่ชกของเขานะครับในมุมแดงครับขอเชิญขึ้นมาบนเวทีนะครับอภินันท์สิงห์วังชาครับAnd now introducing to you first, fighting out the blue corner. Official weight 126 pounds, representing Thailand with a professional record of 4 victories and no losses. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Amir Horsin RC. ครับผู้ชกของเขานะครับในมุมแดงครับมาจากประเทศไทยนะครับสถิติการชกอาชีพมานะครับชนะ22ครั้งนะครับแพ้เพียงแค่3ครั้งครับขอเสียงดังๆต้อนรับอภินันท์สิงห์วังชา And your referee once the action begins, Mr. Amado Garcia.And your 3 judges scoring ringside, อาจารย์พิพัฒน์ศรีเสน่ห์อาจารย์คริสสัญญเดช and อาจารย์ Carlos Costa.
Okay, folks, here we go. We move really rapidly on to fight number 9 after what an absolute demolition job from Alfred Dino. Hopefully that's going to set the tone for the back half of this card. Right now, we are going to resume the action with a welterweight bout over 6 rounds between Thailand and Iran. You've got Apinum Kongsong in the red corner, a veteran of 25 fights, and Amir Hussein Mohammed making his 2nd professional boxing fight today.
Fast start by both of these fighters exchanging jabs, and like you just mentioned, Ali, both fighters now have to set that turn after that recent fight we've just seen. A very fast start, both fighters on the balls of the feet, some nice jabs being exchanged in the center of the ring.
Yeah, both fighters almost equal in height. Mohammed going to the body with the jab.
Apinum with that whipping right hand to the body, and definitely connected hard with it. Both fighters exchange with great hooks in the middle, and you can see that overhand right being attempted by Mohammed very early on in this opening round.
Yeah, Mohammed wasting no time to get to know his opponent, just going straight in. We're having a firefight right now in round 1. Mohammed going to the body, then going upstairs with the right hand, but Apinum fires back with his power punches, really trying to target Mohammed with that uppercut.
It was a sledgehammer of an overhand right, but like we've mentioned before, you've got to use a smoke screen, and that's what we're talking about. A nice corkscrew left jab landed by Muhammad, but Muhammad will start to notice he needs to land that overhand right, but disguise it more.
Appinen on the outside, swinging and missing with that right uppercut, trying to set up with a double jab. Looks like the double jab connected to the gloves of Muhammad. Muhammad not phased though and coming forward ferociously.
Muhammad holding center of the ring. I'd like to see Muhammad just start jabbing to the body, start going to the body, bring your opponent's hands down. He eats a right hand and another right hand. Muhammad connects with the sledgehammer right hand and puts him to the canvas.
Well, Muhammad's got just under half a round now to score another knockdown and potentially stop Appinen in round number 1. Let's see if he can do it. Here comes the Iranian. Appinen trying to survive, ducking and diving.
What an onslaught by this man. Appinen is still standing, but he has to eat Muhammad's right hand as well. He goes to the canvas one more time, Ali. Who thought this was going to happen?
One more knockdown and it's all over.
Wow.
Has Muhammad got enough time to just completely obliterate Appinen? Right hand connects again, and Appinen goes down for the third and final time. What a stoppage. What a fight right there. What a performance from the young man from Iran.
What a peach. He showed him the overhand right, and he said, I'm not even going to disguise it. I'm just going to keep throwing it. And then he went to the body, then went upstairs on that right hand. Beautiful stuff by this man. Let's see some action replays here, Ali. So you saw early on, there was that big shoveling right hand to the body, landed by Appinen. And there, we saw he kept trying to throw that overhand right, but I think he knew deep down, once this lands, it's gonna hit hard. And there was that first one that clipped him behind the ear and put him to the canvas.
Yeah, I mean, Amir Hussein Muhammad just wasted no time and just went straight to war with Appinen. Appinen, we know he's a good technical boxer, likes to sort of fight on the outside, likes to pick his opponent off.
2 minutes and 22 seconds. The referee has called a stop to the bout, and your winner by round 1 TKO, fighting out of the blue corner. Armir Horzin Arsi, fighting out of Iran. He moves on to 2-0, undefeated.
Just told that only Naris will come up and just you because this guy cannot work.
The next bout ก็เป็นการชิงแชมป์ของ ABF นะครับฉะนั้นจะขอเชิญขึ้นมาบนเวทีเพื่อเป็นเกียรติก่อนเลยนะครับขอเชิญคุณนฤทธิ์สิงห์วังชานะครับ President ของ ABF แล้วก็แพทนะครับแล้วก็ขอเชิญขึ้นมานะครับโปรโมเตอร์คุณบริโก้แซนติกนะครับแล้วก็ขอเชิญคุณสุพนัทชันรามนะครับขึ้นมาบนเวทีนะครับแล้วก็มิสเตอร์อากิระซากาตะนะครับขอเชิญขึ้นมาบนเวทีครับมิสเตอร์นฤทธิ์สิงห์วังชาMr. Briko Santik and Mr. Supanat Chandram and Mr. Akira Sakata. And ก็ขอเชิญนะครับพลตรีดำรงสิมขจรบุญนะครับ May I please ask พลตรีดำรงสิมขจรบุญนะครับขึ้นมาบนเวทีกับเราด้วยนะครับขอเชิญขึ้นมาบนเป็นเกียรติของเวทีเราด้วยครับ Ladies and gentlemen, this bout, it is for the ABF Flyweight title ครับผมสำหรับไทเทิลนะครับผม Flyweight ABF นั่นเองนะครับขอเชิญขึ้นมาบนเวทีก่อนเลยนะครับมุมน้ำเงินนะครับชลทีมนพชัยยิมครับผมAnd now calling to the stage, finding out the red corner from Japan, Toshihiko Panda Ira.เอาละครับตอนนี้นะครับผมขอเชิญทุกท่านยืนขึ้นนะครับเพื่อเคารพเพลงชาตินะครับ May I please ask everybody to raise and pay your respects to the anthem.และตอนนี้เรามายืนกันต่อเพื่อเคารพเพลงชาติญี่ปุ่นกันบ้างนะครับ and now please stay standing up so you can pay your national respects to the Japanese anthem. Thank you. ละครับก็ต้องขอขอบคุณนะครับผมนี่ก็จะเป็นการชิงแชมป์ ABF กับแชมป์แพทนะครับในรุ่นซูเปอร์แบนตัมเวทนะครับ มวยคู่นี้นะครับผมจะชกทั้งหมด 10 ยกนะครับ112 ปอนด์ครับ This bout is for the ABF and the PAT Super Bantamweight titles. 2 belts on the line. Introducing to you first, fighting out the blue corner ในมุมน้ำเงินนะครับใส่กางเกงดำนะครับผมมีสีขาวและก็สีเหลืองนะครับน้ำหนักนะครับผม112 ปอนด์ครับมาจากประเทศไทยครับขอเสียงดังๆต้อนรับชลทีมานพชัยจิม and his opponent wearing white with black trim fighting out of and proudly representing Japan with a professional record of 22 victories opposite of 3 defeats. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Toshihiko Panda Era. Once the action begins, your referee in charge of the action, Ajahn Chris Sanyadet, and the 3 judges scoring ringside, Ajahn Pipatsi Sane, Ajahn Tanin Boompiu, and Ajahn Carlos Costa.
Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is our 10th fight of the afternoon. It's for the ABF flyweight title. This will be contested over 10 rounds of action. We have Japan taking on Thailand. In the red corner, it is the Panda, Toshihiko Ira. And in the blue corner, we've got Chonlati Manopchai Jim.
So the Panda is very well known here in Thailand. He is a fan favorite, of course, dressed like a panda walking to the ring, and he is sporting a panda tail inside the ring as well. But round number 1, he is starting very fast.
And he also has the physique of a panda as well, very round around the midsection.
A great comment by Ali McKerney, and a great right uppercut that lands to the hip. The Panda just starts to go, and a big right hand lands clean for the Panda, and he starts to go to town on his opponent, and his opponent crumbles.
Wow, how did he go down like that? That barrage of punches from Ira just completely bedazzled him, and that's it. Chris Sanyadet is calling a stop to the action. There it is. 50 seconds into the first round. How did Toshihiko Ira do that? That was amazing from the Panda. Just goes to show that every Panda does have his day, and he is now the champion.
Kung Fu Panda 5, you called it, and this is what he does. He goes to town, he doesn't give you any chance to breathe, and he went to town on him. And look at him there, every punch just getting through the guard. The Panda prevails once again, and I'm sure we're going to see him. He's an absolute gentleman. He's such a sweet guy outside that ring, but as soon as he steps in that arena, he just tries to take you out. Let's go to Peter Denman.
Was stopped at the time of 0.54 seconds, and your winner by round 1 TKO. From the red corner, Toshihiko Panda Ira, Japan. คุณนฤทธิ์สิงห์วังชานะครับกับพลตรีดำรงศิมะขจรบุญนะครับคาดเข็มขัดทั้ง ABF แล้วก็แชมป์แพทให้กับแชมป์คนใหม่ของเราครับโทชิฮิโกะแพนด้าเอร่านะครับจากประเทศญี่ปุ่นนะครับชนะน็อกไปอย่างสวยงามในยกที่ 1 ครับ Hello, champ. Congratulations. Superachi, do you have anything to say to your Japanese fans?
Thank you so much. I think that next second 2 round second finish KO. But first punch I very
First punch and then Oyasumi Nasai.
Oyasumi nasai. I'm going to oyasumi nasai. Thank you so much.
Good morning, gozaimasu. Thank you. Congratulations.
Next year, I'm Asian oldest fighter. Next year, America World Championship. No problem.
เขาบอกว่าปีหน้านะครับเขาตั้งเป้าครับอยากจะเป็นแชมป์โลกครับไม่มีปัญหาแน่นอนเขาเชื่อว่าเขาทำได้ครับก็ขอขอบคุณมากๆเลยนะครับแชมป์ขอบคุณมากครับ thank you อาริกาโตโกไซมัสละครับเข็มขัดเต็มไปหมดเลยนะครับเรามาดูกันที่คู่ถัดไปดีกว่าครับชกกันในรุ่นมินิมัมเวทสากลอาชีพ6ยกนะครับน้ำหนักพิกัดไม่เกิน105ปอนด์ครับผมขอเชิญขึ้นมาบนเวทีก่อนเลยนะครับเทิดเกียรติวิรชนครับมุมน้ำเงินครับ And now calling to the stage his opponent out of the red corner, John Michael Zulueta. Introducing to you first, fighting out the blue corner ในมุมน้ำเงินนะครับใส่กางเกงน้ำเงินแซมเหลืองนะครับมาจากประเทศไทยนะครับน้ำหนักพิกัด105ปอนด์ครับชกมาก็ชนะ6ครั้งนะครับแพ้8ครั้งครับขอเสียงดังๆนะครับต้อนรับเทิดเกียรติวิรชน and his opponent standing across the ring, fighting out the red corner, hailing out of and proudly representing the Philippines, wearing white with red trim, with a professional record, an outstanding one, 16 victories, no losses, and 3 contests even. Please give it up for John Michael Zulueta. And your referee, once the action begins, Ajahn Tanin Boompiu. And the 3 judges scoring ringside, Ajahn Pipat Sisane, Ajahn Chris Sanyadet, and Ajahn Carlos Costa.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next fight very, very fast, faster than what we anticipated it to be. Fight number 11, this is in the minimum weight division. It's the Philippines taking on Thailand. John Michael Zulueta in the red corner and Turkied Wirachon in the blue corner.
Zulueta already just marches forward and takes the center of the ring in a very dominant fashion. Very nicely done. Starts to flick that jab out very early.
So we have had 10 fights so far. 7 of them have come by stoppage, by knockout. 2 draws and 1 by points.
Zulueta going to the body already. Very nicely done. Starting to go to that body with that left hook. I guess he's going to try and set up an overhand right very soon. Turkiad on the back foot. And there's that overhand right we were talking about.
Zulueta undefeated as a pro. Only 3 draws on his record. but 16 victories as well, no defeats.
I mean, if you've got 3 draws but no losses, it means you're someone who likes to really make fights very close and you like to take it to your opponent very often, or you're someone who stays on the back foot and really tests the judges' patience. We're going to find out very soon, I'm sure. 6 rounds scheduled in this minimum weight fight. A big left hand with a right hand, very nicely done. I'm liking what I'm seeing with Zulieta. He's very active and he's very much going to the body, and he's evading these shots from his opponent, Turkeyed.
Zulieta, the aggressor in this round. Turkeyed just trying to chip away at Zulieta's defense with his jab. Left hook, right hand from Turkeyed.
Turkeyed really trying to get these punches through, but Zulieta doing a great job to really roll with these punches. Even when he's taking those shots there, he's leaning back, he's taking the sting out of the punch, and a nice left hand upstairs.
I think we're seeing early on now, Zulieta really wants to just exploit the defense of Turkeyed with his right hand and just trying to find a home for that left hook as well. As soon as that right hand gets landed, see that right hand going through the guard again.
And now you start to see some real activity, some real rhythm. So it really looks like Zulieta was trying to find that rhythm before he starts using what he wants to do. It almost seems like he found his groove after he landed that right hand, and he's using his right hand like a jab as well. Very nice stuff by Zulieta, the man from the Philippines.
Yeah, Zulieta staying nice and light on his feet. Nice sort of tap dancing footwork from the Filipino fighter as he goes back into the pocket. Mixing up his punches this time. Right uppercuts, sorry, left uppercut and right hands from the Filipino.
Some very fancy footwork, very interesting. And when people do footwork like this, it's one of those things where you're very confident in yourself that the punches are not going to hurt you, and you're very confident in your defense. However, if you're timing it right, you wait for your opponent to cross the legs, then you throw the shot. So Zulieta, although I think he's very confident, he's got to be very careful. This is the opening round where fighters don't tend to give away everything they have.
Zulieta going to the body there. And Turkeyed really did back off, trying to find the free space just to save himself from getting more of an onslaught from Zulieta. That is the end of round 1. We'll go into round 2 shortly, but we'll get the replays for you coming up very shortly as well. And our beautiful ring girls telling you what round exactly it's going to be, and now, like I said, it is going to be round 2.
And our beautiful commentating team telling you about these replays in just a moment. So what do you think to that fight so far? Well, I'll say that fight. Let's talk about the first round, Ali.
Yeah, let's not get too ahead of ourselves, James. We've only had 1 round under our belts at the moment. Yeah, I mean, Zulieta just staying tricky on the front foot, just bobbing and weaving, staying very elusive, giving Turkeyed a lot to think about. An absolute nightmare of a fight is a fight, Zulieta. I mean, what are you saying to Turkeyed in the corner in between rounds?
Well, the very classic one, the head moves, but the body doesn't move. So instead of trying to headhunt, just start going to the body and start making all of your combinations end with a body shot. If your opponent starts moving their head in a fancy fashion, just start digging to the body. There's no reason to try and hit a moving target every time. Go to the body.
Yeah, which is what Turkeyed exactly did with his first punch, using the jab to go to the body, but Zulieta comes firing back with the uppercuts to the body, targeting the chest as well. By the looks of things, there's that barrage of punches to the body. That right hook just slipping past the solar plexus of Turkeyed. Jab from the Thai fighter as well.
Yeah, very well spotted. He isn't just going to the body with body shots. He is targeting areas of the body, and Zulieta is digging just underneath the rib cages as well, really taking the wind out of his opponent. So great stuff I'm seeing already from Zulieta. He is very well timed, and he looks like he is no longer afraid of the power of his opponent, and I think he's trying to time a big counter right hand or a left hook.
Right hand gets through for Zulieta. Doing a good job to target the body with the hook and going upstairs with it as well.
And this is where his opponent needs to come alive. Don't back off. Your opponent was basically giving you his guard on a plate. You need to sometimes take the food that's there. If your opponent's guard is up, that shouldn't be a message for you to just stop throwing. Just keep going with your attack. The guard will eventually break down. And there's that overhand right that clips him clean.
Yeah, Zulieta tagging Turkiyed, but going straight back to the body. You see his arms drop there. Turkiyed looks like he's in trouble now. Looks like he's in pain, trying to get out of the way, but getting tagged as Zulieta keeps on turning up the pace.
A nice lead left hook as well. Really put Turkiyed on the back foot, and we're seeing it right now. He's putting the pieces together. He's found what's worked for him. That right hand and the left hook is working well for him, and I think the referee is going to be looking at this very closely now because these punches are landing hard.
Yeah, the referee really having a look at Turkiyed, we've got a minute coming up now in this second round, and Turkiyed really has been wobbled a few times. Overhand right there, he's been hurt to the head and to the body. You've got to wonder how long can he last against Zulieta with this kind of a pace that he's set himself. I mean, like you said, Jimmy, Turkiyed really just needs to try and target the body and needs to start fighting back using these straight punches of his, because he's just being a punching bag at the moment.
Or just start to pivot as well. At the moment, he's fighting his opponent square on with his shoulders. Instead of doing that, start jabbing the lead left shoulder of your opponent. If someone likes the shoulder roll, start jabbing that left shoulder, start moving around and start throwing the right hand at the shoulder as well. Eventually your opponent's shoulder will drop and that right hand will get through to the chin, but I just don't think Turkiyed necessarily has the fight IQ to defeat someone like this, because he is getting pieced up right now.
He really is. He's been absolutely picked apart by Zulieta. There's the clapper for 10 seconds to go in the second round. Jab there from Turkiyed. Zulieta waiting, and that is the end of round number 2.
I mean, in my view, Turkiyed was very lucky to make it out of that round because he ate a lot of damage in that fight. Zulieta, we saw in these action replays, going to the body, right underneath those rib cages, looping right hands upstairs as well. All of these shots that he's throwing are landing incredibly clean. I mean, the judges could have even scored that round as a 10-8. It was that dominant because Turkiyed had that one moment, and that was the right hand he landed. If it wasn't for that punch, I don't think Turkiyed necessarily landed anything clean on his opponent other than that punch. So the referee, to me, should be looking at this, and if you're in the corner of Turkiyed, you should be telling him right now, you need to show me something, because right now you're really getting pieced apart.
Well, I mean, if you're in the corner of Zulieta, what are you telling him to try and get him to finish the job? It seems like he threw everything but the kitchen sink at Turkiyed, and he just didn't go down at all.
Well, Zulieta is almost just trying to buy into the fact that he can just connect with these big hooks and it'll do the job. Use his speed. All he has to do right now is, you know, what we like to call shoe shining in the boxing business, what Joe Calzaghe used to do. You just keep throwing punches and bunches and hope the referee will step in. You don't need power, you just need to shoe shine, and that's what he's doing. He's just coming alive with big shots, and he doesn't need to land clean. Just land punches and bunches and the referee will do the job for you.
Yeah, exactly. Uppercut landing, uppercut right hand landing multiple times before that clinch exchange. Zulieta just biding his time, like James said, just trying to land with any punch just to keep the damage high on Turkiyed. Turkiyed really needs to get on his bike here. Slip there from Turkiyed. Really needs to start using his jab, using his straight punches against Zulieta.
Yeah, I would really like to see Zulieta just start using the jab now and let the referee come in. This is where he just needs to almost fight like he's got a machine gun and just go left, right, and just keep it pumping as much as he can. Of course, he's got to be very careful that Turkiyed doesn't throw a right hand, but this is where he needs to come out. The referee needs to be looking at this because the opponent's not fighting back. He's not defending himself, and there's the first drop.
Yeah, he goes down now for an 8 count. I mean, that left hook didn't look like it hit him very hard, but Turkiyed has really taken a lot of punishment in this fight. And here comes Zulieta to finish the job. If he knocks him down 2 more times, the fight has to be ruled over, and the referee's seen enough. Good stoppage there by the referee. Turkiyed taking too much damage, and Zulieta advances to 17 victories on his professional boxing record.
Yeah, a great stoppage by the referee. You know, fighter safety is so important, and that's what the referee had to do in that moment. To me, even if he wasn't going down there, I think the referee would have probably had to step in at some point very soon as well. Sometimes pride takes over a fighter and they will just not go down.
Can we please give them both a round of applause? ขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับนักกีฬาทั้ง 2 ท่านนะครับ
to sometimes help you out and take that pride away in a sense and allow you to just fight another day. We're going to go to Peter Denman with the official announcement right now.
เอาละครับ The referee called a stop to this contest at the time of 1 minute and 31 seconds by way of TKO in the third round. And your winner, fighting out of the red corner, John Michael Sulueta, the Philippines. เอาละครับก่อนที่เราจะไปดูการชิงแชมป์มวยไทย 5 ยกของ IBF นะครับเราก็ได้เตรียมโชว์ไว้ให้ดูแล้วนะครับ and right before we go to the IBF Muay Thai title scheduled for 5 rounds we have a special show prepared for you guys so please give it up for the talented performers from Spaceplus.นี่ก็เป็นโชว์สุดพิเศษจาก Spaceplus นะครับสามารถมาดูได้ครับตั้งอยู่รัชดาใจกลางเมืองเลยนะครับ RCA ครับนะครับก่อนที่เราจะมาเปิดคู่ IBF มวยไทยนะครับ World Cruiserweight 5 ยกนะครับขอเชิญขึ้นมาบนเวทีเพื่อเป็นเกียรติกับสังเวียนเราด้วยนะครับท่านที่1นะครับท่านสมศักดิ์สิริอนันต์นะครับเป็นซูเปอร์ไวเซอร์ครับขอเชิญขึ้นมาบนเวทีนะครับท่านที่2เป็นโปรโมเตอร์มวยสากลนะครับคุณบริโกซันติกนะครับแล้วก็ท่านที่3นะครับสุพนัทจันแรมนะครับผมเป็นโปรโมเตอร์เช่นกันนะครับแล้วก็ท่านที่4เป็นโปรโมเตอร์มวยไทยนะครับรุสเต็มนะครับซาลิมอฟนะครับแล้วก็ขาดไม่ได้เลยนะครับก็ขอเชิญคุณนฤทธิ์สิงห์วังชาขึ้นมาด้วยนะครับท่านที่4ครับ Ladies and gentlemen, this is for the IBF Muay Thai World Cruiserweight title. นี่ก็เป็นการชิงเข็มขัดนะครับรุ่นครูเซอร์เวทนะครับ IBF มวยไทยเขานะครับผมเป็นแชมป์โลกของ IBF ไปเลยนะครับน้ำหนักพิกัดไม่เกิน180 ปอนด์นะครับเอาละครับเพื่อไม่ให้เป็นการเสียเวลานะครับขอเชิญขึ้นมาบนเวทีเลยนะครับในมุมน้ำเงินครับมาจากประเทศไทยครับธนงเดชนะครับลูกเจ้าพ่อเชียงขวัญครับAnd now calling into the ring, fighting at the red corner. Please give it up for Shailubek Atasov.ขอเชิญทุกท่านยืนขึ้นนะครับผมเพื่อเคารพเพลงชาติไทยนะครับ May I please ask everybody to raise and pay your respects to the Thai national anthem.และทีนี้นะครับเราก็มาครบเพลงชาติของคิร์กิสถานกันนะครับ And now the national anthem of Kyrgyzstan. ละครับศึกนี้นะครับ5ยกครับชิงเข็มขัดแชมป์โลก IBF ครับในรุ่น Cruiserweight นะครับ180 ปอนด์ครับ This bout is scheduled for 5 rounds of professional Muay Thai action at the Cruiserweight division at the weight limit of 180 pounds. Introducing to you first, fighting out the red corner, hailing out of Kyrgyzstan with a professional Muay Thai record of 28 victories and 5 losses. Please give it up for Shailubek Atasov. เอาละครับและคู่ชกของเขานะครับในมุมน้ำเงินนะครับมาจากประเทศไทยครับสถิติการชกมวยไทยมานะครับก็ชนะ25 ครั้งครับแพ้10 ครั้งครับไม่เคยเสมอใครนะครับขอเสียงปรบมือต้อนรับธนงเดชลูกเจ้าพ่อเชียงขวัญAnd your referee in charge of the action once it begins อาจารย์ณรงค์อวมอิ่มนะครับ and your 3 judges scoring ringside สมศักดิ์สิริอนันต์ and อาจารย์เชิดชัยชนนท์ศิชารัตน์ and อาจารย์เชียงชักทองหง Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so we have our IBF Muay Thai World Cruiserweight fight right now. If you've never witnessed Muay Thai before, well, this is going to be a great fight to kick you off, introduce you to Muay Thai. Right now, we're about to see the Y Crew. Now, this is a ritual that's performed by each boxer before the fight starts. The word Y is where a person places their hands together like a prayer. It's more of a greeting in Thai culture. And the word crew translates to teacher in Thai. So the Y crew is all about respecting your teacher. I mean, Muay Thai, Thailand is just steeped in tradition. There's a lot of respect out here in the land of smiles. And therefore, before the fight commences, each fighter performs a Y crew to pay respects to their coach, their training partners, the gym owner, their family members, their friends, everybody that's got them to this moment where they're about to compete in a Muay Thai fight. Now the Y crew, normally the fighters, what they just did right then is they'll do a lap of the ring and they'll hit the corner post to kind of knock out evil spirits, to try and cleanse the ring a little bit. The Y crew can be used as a bit of a warm-up. Normally they do each dance motion in a set of 3. You see Thonongdet just sort of motioning now on the floor, and now he's going to try and go to each corner now of the ring. Perform this on each corner. Great little dance displayed there by Thonongdet. There's lots of different variations of the Y crew, and that could come down to just the gym making their own little version to make it nice and unique. Also the province that particular fighter comes from, they can have a unique dance to the unique Y crew or Ram Muay to their province. And then once the Y crew is finished, the Mongkongs will be removed. The Mongkongs are the headbands that are being worn by each fighter. So a Mongkong basically symbolizes your connection between yourself and your gym. It just holds all of the lineage, all the Muay Thai lineage that your gym has had. Every single fighter from the gym will wear a Mongkong before they proceed in a Muay Thai fight. A little prayer is given by the coach or by somebody very high up in the gym, and the Mongkong is always kept in a high place. It's never put on the floor. There's a lot of superstition surrounding the Mongkong. You know that whenever you've got a Mongkong on, you are going straight into fight, and they believe that if a Mongkong is placed on the floor, it loses all of its power, it loses all of its good luck.
A great outline and introduction into the world of Muay Thai by, of course, Ali McKerney, the Mr. Muay Thai himself. Here we are for round number 1. So for those of you just watching, we have now gone into our first Muay Thai fight, which means there will be elbows, there will be knees, there will be kicks. So expect everything, the art of 8 limbs. So here we have Thailand taking on Kyrgyzstan. We have a southpaw taking on an orthodox.
Yeah, I mean, this is the hardest style to fight, really, southpaw. I've seen Tanongdet fight a few times before. Great technical style. Looks like he's coming in a little bit heavy for this weight class, but he definitely has the technique. Whereas his opponent, Shai Lubek Atazov, definitely packs a lot of power. See him light him up right there with a left hook.
Atazov with a nice left hook upstairs as he charges across the ring. Atazov with a shoveling right hook to the body, landing on Tanongdet. Tanongdet, although it looks like the more experienced Muay Thai fighter, he's definitely just taking his time in this first round, Ali.
Yeah, he is. I mean, that's the way the pace kind of goes with 5-round Muay Thai in Thailand. The first few rounds, they kind of take him quite slow to sort of warm up, and then rounds 3, 4, and 5, they increase it a lot. You normally see them go into the clinch a lot in rounds 3, 4, and 5. It really depends what happens during the fight.
Do you think Atazov is maybe being a little bit overzealous here and just trying to take the fight in the first round? And is Tanongdet just playing the cards, which is basically the first round is a round to download the information and then go from there?
Well, it's quite common with a lot of Eastern European fighters from, you know, Kyrgyzstan, Russia. They always like to start aggressively. They like to start fast, and that can work in their favor because it can catch fighters like Tanongdet off guard, and they end up getting caught with, you know, a very hard punch, or they get caught off guard with a shot that just takes them down to the canvas, or just takes them off their game completely. But yeah, no, you are right. Tanongdet taking his time, downloading information, trying to make sure that he gets a flow going with his left body kicks, especially the left body kicks. He's a southpaw.
Tanongdet just on the back foot right now, eats a right hand to the body. Atazov just very much in his face, in his personal space, and just trying to catch Tanongdet with some heavy hands upstairs. Less than 40 seconds to go for round number 1, but Atazov has definitely landed a lot of shots to the head of his opponent.
Yeah, I mean, Atazov with a very aggressive start, but you've got to understand that Muay Thai is scored so differently to Western boxing. It's more quality over quantity, and it's a strongman sport. But there's that inside low kick, though, from Atazov. And Tanongdet did like that. The right hand, too, and it drops. Tanongdet taking this 8 count right now. That's not a good start for the Thai fighter.
Atazov with the hands of steel, and we now know why Atazov was just charging at his opponent across the ring, trying to take him out. We're going to get some action replays very possibly soon. Here's Ali McCurney with the first round.
Yeah, so Atazov just starting off very aggressive on the front foot. Heavy punches, that right hand going through. Really like that shovel uppercut that he threw to the body. Tanongdet trying to control the range with his left body kick. He did a great job staying on the outside and staying out of the pocket against Atazov. But when Atazov got him cornered, he just took his chance and was able to drop Tanongdet. We'll see if we can get that on the replay for you right now. I really like these inside low kicks from Atazov. And there's that left hook. Just as Tanongdet tried to land his own right hook, he just was too wide open. Just wasn't the right range, wasn't the right angle, Jimmy, for that right hook from Tanongdet.
Yeah, when I first saw these two lining up one against each other, Atazov almost looked like he doesn't have much of a Muay Thai background. He's got more of an aggressive boxing style. And Tanongdet, just like you mentioned, was taken off guard by that shot. He probably didn't expect the first round to be so heavy on the front foot. And he also ate that huge inside leg kick, which almost looked like it buckled him as well. So a very fast start. Do you think that's what played in Atazov's favor there, because he kind of took his opponent off guard?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I mean, you can just tell. I mean, Tanongdet trains at Family Muay Thai, and they have a lot of foreigners training there. But I don't think they've got them as big as Atazov. And
Atazov is huge.
And it's so different being punched and kicked by somebody a few weight classes like lighter than you, know, instead of being at the same weight as yourself.
Okay, here we are, folks, with round number 2 of our first Muay Thai fight. Kyrgyzstan taking on Highland. We have Atazov in the red taking on Tanongdet in the blue. And we've already got a very fast start. Atazov just teeing up on his opponent. Tanongdet needs to do something here.
Yeah, Atazov just going for broke here, trying to keep attacking Tanongdet, who is getting really hurt with these overhand rights, and Atazov going after him with left body kicks as well at the end of the punch combinations. Tanongdet crouching down, looks like he's in a lot of pain, Jimmy.
Atazov just going to the body. And Tanongdet, to me, looked like someone who nearly gave up in that ring. That referee is just zoning in right now on Tanongdet. He's not giving any body language away of someone who wants to be in this fight. And I think Adizov, if he turns on the heat, will possibly win this fight.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more. And the left low kicks now coming in from Atazov. Referee having a real good look at Tanongdet, who's taken a lot of punishment at the beginning of this round. We've just gone past the first minute, and Tanongdet is really acting like a punching bag against Atazov, and he goes down for a second time.
And those big, heavy leg kicks. We saw him start the fight, but he's jumped up, Ali, but it looks like he's limping. Is Atazov going to attack him again?
I mean, low kicks, as soon as you have your opponent hurt like that and the leg starts to buckle, there's nothing that you can do. I mean, if anything, Tanongdet needs to switch stances, but I'm not sure how comfortable he is fighting in orthodox.
And it's easier said than done, like you said. And there it is. Atazov with the stoppage, with the leg kick KO, so to speak. I mean, something obviously you can never see in boxing is really a stoppage from a limb not working, so to speak. Ali, can you talk us through that action replay and what we just witnessed?
Well, I mean, straight away, you saw Atazov at the beginning of the round just attacking him with heavy haymakers to the head and to the body, and then he decided to go after that lead leg, just attacking it on the outside. I mean, with low kicks, you don't have to land them with a lot of power, you just have to place them very well. And that's what Atazov did, just targeting the outside of the leg and just kept on punishing Tanongdet as much as possible, and they were just too difficult to block. I mean, really, you don't expect that at all when you're southpaw. You kind of expect your orthodox opponent to go after the inside of the leg, not the outside. So great demolition job there from Atazov, and he is the new IBF Cruiserweight World Champion.
At 1 minute and 15 seconds, this bout was called to a stop by way of TKO in the second round. And your winner, fighting out of the red corner, Shailubek Atasov from Kyrgyzstan. And he is the new IBF Muay Thai World Cruiserweight Champion. Congratulations, champ. He gave you a bit of difficulty in round one, but round two, you were able to climb out on top and secure the victory. How did you do it?
Big thanks. I am from Kyrgyzstan. Kyrgyzstan, beautiful country. Thanks, organization IBF. Very good. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you.
เขาก็ขอขอบคุณทาง IBF นะครับ แล้วก็เขาก็บอกว่าคิร์กิสถานประเทศของเขาเป็นประเทศที่สวยงามครับ ยินดีด้วยนะครับ สุดยอดครับผม สวยงามครับ มวยไทย 5 ยกครับ แชมป์ IBF รุ่นครูเซอร์เวทคนใหม่ครับ ชัยลูเบกอัตตาซอฟนะครับมาจากประเทศคิร์กิสถานนะครับตอนแรกสถิติก็ชนะ 28 นะครับคืนนี้ไปก็ชนะ 29 ครับแถมได้เข็มขัดมาคาดด้วยครับก็ยินดีกับผู้ชนะครับแล้วก็เป็นกำลังใจให้กับผู้แพ้ครับผมครับเรามาดูกันที่คู่ถัดไปนะครับสับเกียร์กลับมาเป็นมวยสากลครับรุ่นเวลเทอร์เวทนะครับผมชกมวยสากลอาชีพ 6 ยกนะครับน้ำหนักพิกัดต้องไม่เกิน 147 ปอนด์นั่นเองครับ And our next bout is scheduled for 6 rounds of professional boxing at the welterweight division and no more than 147 pounds ขอเชิญขึ้นมาบนเวทีก่อนเลยนะครับในมุมน้ำเงินครับเวชยันต์ ส.บางครุครับ And now calling to the stage his opponent in the red corner, Elmo Traya. Introducing to you first, fighting out the blue corner ในมุมน้ำเงินนะครับมาจากประเทศไทยนะครับผมใส่กางเกงเหลืองนะครับผมแซมด้วยขาวแล้วก็น้ำเงินนะครับสถิติการชกมานะครับก็ชนะ12ครั้งนะครับแพ้15ครั้งแล้วก็เสมอ1ครั้งครับมาจากประเทศไทยนะครับขอเสียงดังต้อนรับเวชยันต์ ส.บางครุ And his opponent standing across in the ring, representing the Philippines from the red corner, wearing black with yellow trim. His professional boxing record, 13 victories opposite of 5 defeats. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Elmo Traya. And once the bell begins, your referee in charge of the action, Mr. Amado Garcia. And your 3 judges scoring ringside, Ajahn Chris Sanyadin, Ajahn Pipat Sisene, and Ajahn Carlos Costa.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. We go back to Western boxing now after taking a short hiatus to do that Muay Thai IBF World Cruiserweight title fight. It is in the welterweight division, this bout. It is the Philippines taking on Thailand, Elmo Traya taking on Wachayan Sorbankru. And you could probably imagine that Elmo's parents watched a lot of Sesame Street.
So there we are, round number 1 starting underway. Philippines taking on Thailand. We have Elmo Traya from the Philippines in the black and gold, slightly yellow shorts, and Wachayan Sorbankru from Thailand in the yellow and blue shorts.
Wachayan really exploding forward now. Elmo starting the pace very, very fast.
I mean, Elmo's just got to weather this storm in a situation like this. I've seen Wachayan fight so many times, and he is honestly a chameleon in that ring. I never know what version we're going to see when he turns up. So it must be quite hard for Elmo to really train for this fight as well, because sometimes you just don't know what you're going up against, and he eats a left hand in the process.
Elmo right hand and left hook to the body against Wachayan. Wachayan stumbled backwards onto the ropes. Elmo again targeting the body. Wachayan slips to the canvas, but referee Mr. Garcia not ruling it as a knockdown, just as a slip.
It was a stiff left hook, but it definitely was a slip in my book. I mean, it was very close to being a knockdown. Of course, if there's impact that causes the slip, you can still call it the knockdown as well, but very well done by the referee, and we've got one of the best referees right now.
Right uppercut there, and down goes Wachayan. So within the first minute, if there's 2 more knockdowns now, then Elmo will win by technical knockout.
What a fantastic rear uppercut, and that's exactly what Elmo needs to do. Time somebody who's being a little bit wacky with you. We saw Wachayan being a little bit crazy. Elmo stuck to his guns and stuck to basic boxing and went with that beautifully timed uppercut. Great stuff by Elmo.
Jab by Wachayan, trying to stay in this fight somehow. Elmo taking his time, trying to land an uppercut. Going to the body, Wachayan firing back with a left hook.
And Elmo just looks so determined to put Wachayan away. He was not impressed with any of his antics, and he's just now teeing off on Wachayan. But Wachayan comes up with a shoveling left hook as well. And he eats another one and goes to the canvas. The referee calls it a knockdown.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Wachayan is going to get up, or is he? Can he make the count? No, he's not. Wow, what a demolition job there done by Elmo.
Elmo straight in with a beautifully timed uppercut to take Watrayan to the canvas and then finish the job. Relentless work by Elmo, and he really took the fight to his opponent. Fantastic victory. The man now goes to 14 wins on his professional boxing record, and I'm sure we're going to see more of Watrayan. And again, like I've said before, it depends on what version we see. Let's see an action replay here. So a big swing and a miss by Elmo, and it was that left hook Elmo kept attempting to land, and as soon as the left hook wasn't working, he started to mix it up, and there's that punch that finally put, it was a delayed knockdown, and you saw there, a delayed knockdown. We're gonna see it in just a moment. That was the first knockdown, but let's see if the second knockdown is there as well. That was the first one.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the time of 2 minutes and 22 seconds, this bout was called to a stop, and your winner by way of first round TKO, fighting out the red corner, Elmo Traya. And this next bout is scheduled for 6 rounds of professional boxing at the light heavyweight division, 175 pounds. มวยคู่ต่อไปนะครับผมชกกันในรุ่น light heavyweight นะครับ 175 ปอนด์นะครับผมทั้งหมด 6 ยกนะครับขอเชิญขึ้นมาบนเวทีก่อนเลยนะครับในมุมน้ำเงินนะครับพัดพงษ์นะครับผมคอวิลเลอร์ครับ Calling to the stage out of the red corner, Matthew Floyd.เอาละครับเรามาเริ่มกันในมุมน้ำเงินเลยนะครับในมุมน้ำเงินนะครับมาจากประเทศไทยนะครับใส่สีดำแซมน้ำเงินนะครับสถิติการชกมานะครับก็ชนะ7 ครั้งนะครับแล้วก็แพ้10 ครั้งครับขอเสียงดังๆต้อนรับพัดพงษ์ข้อวิเลิศ and his opponent standing across in the squared circle wearing black with red trim, fighting out of the United States of America with a professional boxing record of 1 victory and 3 losses. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Matthew Floyd. And your referee in charge of the action once it begins, อาจารย์พิพัฒน์ศรีเสน่ห์ and the 3 judges scoring ringside, อาจารย์คริสสัญญเดช อาจารย์คาร์ลอสCosta and อาจารย์ธนินทร์บูมผิว
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to fight number 14 in the light heavyweight division. It is Australia taking on Thailand. Matthew Floyd, Matthew the Jedi Floyd in the red corner with a perfect record of 11 fights, no losses, no draws, 7 KOs as well with those 11 victories. Taking on Patpong Kotwilod, who's had 17 fights on his record.
I've seen the Jedi fight several times before. I've seen him fight in this ring, and he really put his opponent down, and it was a great fight. He's always in these very exciting fights. I mean, the man is sporting some absolutely fantastic tattoos, and he is fighting out of the box Thailand right now, and you can see Paul Windsor in his corner as well.
Yeah, the Jedi not wasting any time and going forward, punishing his opponent with straight rights.
And the box Thailand, you know, they very much like to go to the body as soon as they possibly can. It's a very good gym, and they really teach their opponents how to get to the body, how to go down low, and how to take your fight to your opponent. So let's see how much he's learned at the box and how much he'll use in this fight right now. But a very sloppy start for both of these fighters at the moment. They're both smothering each other's punches.
Yeah, the Jedi taking his time on the outside. Patpong really getting beat into the punch at in every exchange. I mean, on the inside there, almost landing the uppercut.
The Jedi likes to swing that left hand low as well, and he likes to keep his left hand just below his hips. So when he throws that jab, it's really hard to know where it's coming from, mainly because your opponent, and just a little bit of drama going on there. Referee takes control. Very nicely done by the referee. But as I was saying with that jab, he swings it below his hips, and it makes it very hard for your opponent to know which angle that jab's coming from. Tommy Hearns used to do it. He used to just drag that jab on the canvas almost and then flick that jab out at any chance he got.
Push away there by Matthew Floyd. Patpong again really just getting smothered on the inside and the outside by the Jedi.
Referee very much just trying to get in between these two and not allowing them to get any more dirty boxing in. And a nice 1-2 landed by the Jedi, but it just looks like both of these fighters are smothering one another and not really getting any clean shots off at the moment. And you can hear Paul Windsor telling him, use your feints, and use your range as well, and that's exactly what he needs to do. The Jedi is a very, very long fighter in comparison to his opponent. He needs the feint, and there's a beautiful right uppercut.
Yeah, but P-Bat Cissonnet not calling it a knockdown and letting the fight continue, saying it was a slip. And here comes the Jedi going in for the kill. He's got 10 seconds to go now until the end of the round, bulldozing his opponent forward.
And another interesting moment where he keeps leaning on his opponent and not allowing himself to get a knockdown. If the Jedi stepped back, landed that jab, and then threw the right hand, it would have been a cleaner knockdown, and it would have allowed him to actually get the count in that situation. In my view, there was two tumbles to the canvas there, and neither of them were a knockdown because the punches were smothered way too much. A little bit too sloppy for my liking. You can see on the action replays here, not many punches are landing clean, and that's because both fighters are still trying to find their footing and still trying to get their timing. I'm sure in the later rounds you'll start to see some better timing, but that really relies on whether or not the corner gives them the right advice and whether or not the fighter gives themselves the chance to adapt as well. You see there, that punch could have put him to the canvas, but he chose to smother his opponent instead.
Yeah, the Jedi, Matthew Floyd, just trying to bull rush his opponent a little bit too much. But Patpong not really showing too much of, not giving it too much of a fight at the moment. Really getting put under a lot of pressure and not fighting back at all. Here we go, round two coming up.
I'd really like to see the Jedi just keep flicking that jab, but really make a statement with the jab as well. Use that jab as a real power punch in a situation like this, because right now he's throwing just everything from every angle, and he's just preying on the fact that a punch gets through and lands hard. To me, this is more suitable for bare knuckle boxing, not for boxing with gloves. If you're in bare knuckle boxing, you can fight like this and tend to win pretty quickly, but in boxing, because you've got so much padding on your gloves and because the clinch is a lot different, you can't really get your clean shots off. So I'd like to see the Jedi really start to sharpen up now and start using a jab, because right now the punches he's landing are not legal. You cannot pull down the back of your opponent's head and then throw an uppercut. The referee should be saying something right now.
And it looked like he punched the back of the head there, but P-Bat Cissonnet calling this a knockdown. Doesn't look like there's been too much of protest from Patpong's corner, and he's going to make the count. Two more knockdowns and it's all over. Can the Jedi, Matthew Floyd, get it done in round number two? Holding on to his opponent here. Right hands, and that's it. P-Bat Cissonnet has seen enough. Too much punishment being dished out by the Jedi.
Look, it's one of those situations where I do think the Jedi was going to win, and I think he's too big and powerful, but why drag on the back of your opponent's head and then start delivering the shots? Because if you take your opponent out with an illegal blur such as that, you really put yourself in a position where you might not even win the fight due to a DQ, because you can't pull down on the back of the head and then deliver the shot. You're not allowed to do that. You've got to be very careful. You can almost create a clinch, but you cannot pull down on the shot. And I think the referee really missed the mark in that one. I think he needed to really give a warning about pulling on the back of the head, but instead he stopped the fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the time of 1 minute and 14 seconds, you have your winner by way of second round TKO, fighting at the red corner, Matthew Floyd. เอาละครับเราก็ได้มาถึงคู่สุดท้ายของเย็นนี้แล้วนะครับชกกันในรูปแบบมวยสากลอาชีพ4ยกนะครับที่รุ่นซุปเปอร์แบนตัมเวทนะครับนั่นคือ122ปอนด์นั่นเองครับ and now it is time for the last bout of the evening. This bout is scheduled for 4 rounds of professional boxing at the super bantamweight division 122 poundsขอเชิญขึ้นมาบนเวทีก่อนเลยนะครับในมุมน้ำเงินครับมาจากประเทศไทยนะครับสมหวังสิงห์มานศักดิ์ยิมครับ เอาละครับขอเชิญคู่ชกของเธอขึ้นมานะครับในมุมแดงครับอมรรัตน์ปุ่นอินเตอร์ครับ Introducing to you first, fighting out the blue corner, wearing blue with yellow trim, proudly representing Thailand with a professional record of 4 victories, 13 defeats, and 1 loss. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Somwang Singmanasak Jim. เอาละครับคู่ชกของเธอนะครับในมุมแดงครับมาจากประเทศไทยนะครับใส่กางเกงดำแซมแดงนะครับสถิติการชกนะครับผมก็ชกมา1 ครั้งชนะ1 ครั้งยังไม่เคยแพ้ใครครับขอเสียงดังๆต้อนรับอมรรัตน์ปุ่นอินเตอร์ And your referee in charge of the action once it begins อาจารย์ธนินทร์บูมผิวAnd your 3 judges scoring ringside, Ajahn Pipat Sisene, Ajahn Chris Sanyadin, and Ajahn Carlos Costa.
Okay, here we go. We move on to our final bout of the card. It is a super bantamweight matchup. It is Amonrat Puninter taking on Somwang Singmanasak Jim. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our final bout on the card this afternoon. We've had a great show today on Highland Boxing Promotions. Just a quick shout out to our partners. Akira Sagata, the new innovation CEO. Darwin Miller, Pinoy Boxing Prodigy. B Legend SXS Sports. Sing Wancha Foundation Twin Special. FCC Boxing Promotions. Spaceplus run by Mr. Tony Chen. Cryotherapy, there will be a voucher given of 10,000 baht to each champion. Plus their opponents. What a show it has been so far.
Okay, we are in the first round, and these are going to be 2-minute rounds. The final fight of the afternoon / early evening. two female fighters hailing from Thailand.
Yeah, so this will be our third and final female fight of the afternoon. We've had such a exciting show today. 14 fights so far. 3 of them went the distance. There was 1 win on points, and then 2 draws, and then the rest, we had 11 knockouts.
Amnarat really digging down to the body and just holding central ring right now. Amnarat looks very more determined, I would say, to really put this fight to her opponent. She's just marching towards it, but both fighters still quite new in the professional boxing world. They're still trying to find their footing, it looks like. Some nice bodywork by Amnarat. But a big left hand landed.
Yeah, left hook there from Somwang. Amnarat with the 3-punch combination going to the body as well.
And you can see here that Somwang still in this fight, still just remaining very calm, and has eaten a few big shots. That is the timer, 10 seconds to go of this round.
Somwang, right hand down the middle. Amnarat still on the hunt. And that's the end of round 1. Replay's coming up for you shortly, and then we'll go into round 2. So you see there on the replay right now, Somwang just trying to sling in that right punch. But Amnarat just eating it like a champ and going straight to the body. Just Amnarat just really controlling the pace of this fight, losing her boxing very, very well, and keeping Somwang at bay.
Yeah, a very slow round in comparison to the other fights, but a very technical fight as well. I mean, both fighters investing in their body shots, both fighters just trying to time their feet very well. But like I said, both of these fighters are very new to professional boxing. They're still trying to find their footing and their groove. And sometimes it takes a few fights to find your style as well. But of course, Amnarat, born in the red corner, she's unbeaten. She's had 1 professional fight and won it. So she knows how to win. Can she keep up her winning streak?
Yeah, Amnarat's second professional fight. Like James said, she won her previous fight, her won her debut. Somwang just trying to weather the storm here, getting tagged by the right hand. But throwing back with her own left hook, missing with the jab. Somwang trying to fight this fight on the back foot, but she's getting boxed into the corner almost. Good footwork from Somwang just to circle away from the pressure.
Amnarat really starting to put her punches together as well. As soon as she found her range with that jab, she starts to throw that right hand with it, and you can see she's also very evasive as well. Somwang just needs to really believe in her footwork a little bit more and really time that right hand rather than charging in with it. Really just time the jab with the right hand and really time Amnarat as she walks forward. Amnarat just keeps coming forward, but it seems to be working for her.
Yeah, Amnarat mixing it up as well, going to the body and then going straight upstairs. As soon as she tags her opponent's the body, going upstairs with a hook.
The referee's got to be looking at this quite closely because Amnarat is just marching forward like a bull and just coming forward and really trying to take her opponent out. But then we see Somwang starts to fire back, does not want to be bullied at all. And that's the best way to fight a bully, Ali, is to fight him right back.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, you don't want them to completely control the fight. You've got to try and stick it to them as much as possible. We're seeing the jab a little bit more from Somwang in this round.
Somwang really starting to find her flow as well. Originally, Amnarat, I thought, was just going to take this fight through bullying alone. But as soon as Somwang started to fight back and believe in her ability, she started to put up a good fight. But she eats a right hand as well. A nice jab right down the middle by Amnarat. That is the bell for 10 seconds to go.
Right hands being thrown in on the inside by Amnarat. Somwang trying to fire back with her own right hand, but misses the mark, and that is the bell to end round 2. Replays coming up shortly, and then we'll have round 3.
So here we are with some of those action replays. That was a cracking right hand, right down the middle, landed by Amnarat, and that was a shot that was really taking the flow away from Song Wang. But then we started to see Song Wang started to come back, and it started with that jab by Song Wang. She landed it and then just came forward. So a very interesting round, a very difficult round to score, but I think you've got to give the aggression factor to Amnarat and really give her that round. So we're going into a third round in just a moment, folks.
Yeah, what a fight it's been, very back and forth between these two.
And you can see the magical Thai way of keeping your opponents focused is using some nice herbs to keep smelling and then keep your energy high. 2 more rounds halfway through. In these 4-round battles, Ali, especially 2 minutes, you cannot afford to give up any round, especially in boxing where usually you can give up the first or 2 rounds in a 10-round affair. You can't do this in a 4-round fight. You've got to go for it.
Yeah, 100%. Here comes Amon Rat, though, picking up where she left off. Being very heavy on the front foot, taking the fight to Song Wang, who has been able to fight the fight on the back foot, but has struggled at times. It's more timing her, Jimmy. She's kind of trying to punch and move, punch and pivot, whereas, I mean, easier said than done, but you kind of want to try and wait for Amon Rat and then wait for her to walk onto a counter punch.
That's exactly it. I mean, we see Song Wang is throwing the jab, but she keeps moving with the jab. If you don't plant your feet when you throw the shot, unless your timing is on point, that jab is not going to hurt your opponent and it's not going to stun them. It's really just almost like tickling them with a feather duster. The jab isn't going to do anything. Now, if you move with the jab and almost turn that jab into a lead hook at the same time, then you can get a little bit of a better connection. But if you keep just flicking out a jab in a situation like this, these jabs are not going to be enough. Amanat goes to the body, and you could hear that shot echoing around this arena.
Right hand there connects to Song Wang, but Amon Rat fires straight back with her own right hook. Amon Rat hasn't slowed down at all. If anything, she's kept the same pace, and she's really putting a lot of pressure on Song Wang.
Yeah, and that's the interesting part here. She's kept up the same pressure, and I think she realizes with Song Wang, although Song Wang is a lot more experienced, I think Amanat has got the tenacity to really take this fight, but she eats a left hook in that process. So Song Wang really coming back with some shots here. And a big right hand again, Ali. So Song Wang, we know her experience is starting to shine through.
Jab there from both fighters. Yeah, but I just feel like Song Wang is being bulldozed every single round, Jimmy. Really struggling to find the back foot and can't find an answer for Amon Rat.
Yeah, when you know someone's coming towards you, you need to get on that back foot or challenge them head on. So we're going to get some action replays here in just a moment, but a very interesting round by both of these fighters, of course. I mean, we saw Amnarat just still marches towards her opponent, going to the body, going to the head, but we also saw Song Wang coming upstairs with some big shots as well. So it was quite an even round, so to speak, with the punches landed in the extent of which punches landed harder, but Amnarat was just aggressive, and even if they were both landing the same amount of punches, Amnarat's aggression would definitely win that round for her. So I think Song Wang has had some moments in this fight where she's showing us like she could win this. She could actually hit her opponent hard, but it's just not enough to win this fight.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's just styles make fights, and sometimes you just get trumped by a style you just can't beat on that particular day. I mean, Amon Rat, an aggressive fighter, a brawler, likes to go forward. Song Wang, though, looks like she's more of an outside fighter, likes to pick her opponent off, is not used to being walked down like this. Could be down to fitness as well. You never know.
Yeah, to keep up a pace against somebody who marches forward. I mean, it's one of those things where it says, I'm going to fight you like this. I'm going to come forward. I'm not going to do anything fancy. Can you deal with me? And that's what you need to do. And then you start to think, has those extra rounds in the gym, has those extra miles in your run really paid off? And that's what we're going to see right now. Has Song Wang done the training? Have you trained to win a fight, or have you trained to beat Amnarat?
Yeah, Song Wang really being pushed backwards now by Amon Rat. There's a good jab, though. That should give Song Wang a glimmer of hope. That jab really did rock the head back of Amon Rat earlier on.
And as we mentioned earlier, when you plant your feet and throw that jab or turn it into a hook, it really stops your opponent, and that's what she needed to be doing earlier on. Originally, she just kept flicking out that jab. She needed to really sit down on that jab, and it's interesting because a jab isn't supposed to be a power punch, but if your opponent's walking towards you, then stick the jab on them like a right hand.
Left hook being landed there by Amonrat. We're entering the final 40 seconds of round number 4. This is the last round on the show as well. What a show it has been. And Amonrat is just bulldozing Song Wang at the moment.
I like that Amonrat has not once taken her foot off the pedal. 4-round boxing, 2-minute rounds. You just can't afford to take any time off. March your opponent down, and the tenacity. And look, Amonrat is also setting a message to her future potential opponents that if you're gonna fight me, I'm never gonna back off. I'm gonna stay in front of you. She's smiling at her opponent. She's marching towards her, and this is where she should come alive. 10 seconds to go, Ali.
Yeah, is she gonna hold on? Song Wang, Amonrat not slowing down at all, still pushing the pace. And that is the bell to conclude the final round of today. We'll get the replays for you shortly, and then a decision from Peter Denman. What a show it's been. Great pace being set by Amonrat, who just didn't take a foot off the gas at all and just completely punished Song Wang for 4 rounds of action. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure calling the fights today for you. We've had a great show so far. I mean, this fight was a great way to end it. We had 11 fights that ended in knockout. My name is Ali Makoni. My co-host has been the man at the moment, Mr. Jimmy Bow. And we'll see you again on the next show on the 26th of September. See you then, everybody. Good night.
Make sure you go follow Ali Makoni and Ginger Jimmy Boxing, and a thank you as well to our partners as well.
Yeah, big shout out to our partners, Akira
Ladies and
Sagata, the
gentlemen,
new
we have a
innovation
unanimous
CEO,
decision.
Darwin Miller,
First
Pinoy,
judge scores
Boxing
at
Prodigies,
36 to 40 for your winner, and the other 2 judges scores at 37 to 39 for your winner by unanimous decision. Fighting out of the red corner, Amonrat Pun Inter, fighting out of Thailand.นะครับวันนี้นะครับผมเราก็มีมวยกันถึง15 คู่นะครับอยากจะถามทุกคนว่าสนุกกันไหมครับ Guys, did you enjoy the fight? Next month, the 26th of September, here 2 p.m. Ratchada RCA Spaceplus. We have more bouts for you here. Highland Spaceplus Boxing Promotion, supported by Kunalit Sinwangcha. Don't miss it. Next month, it is the last Thursday of every month. รอบถัดไปนะครับผมก็จะจัดขึ้นนะครับที่นี่ครับเวทีมวยชั่วคราวนะครับผมสเปซพัทนะครับที่ RCA รัชดาบ่าย 2นะครับก็โปรโมชั่นนะครับผมนาริส Space Plus Highland Boxing Promotion นะครับห้ามพลาดครับวันนี้ผมปีเตอร์เดนแมนขอตัวลาไปก่อนนะครับสวัสดีครับ